Happiest of Mondays to you. Happy Monday, everybody. Happy Cinco de Mayo if you celebrate. I thought about doing what I usually do for holidays. Some decorations and whatnot. Maybe I wear something ridiculous, but in the shape of the internet currently, in the current year, probably not a good idea. I kind of stayed away from it this time around, but hello, everybody. My name is Todd. This is the Reaction Channel as we journey around your fandoms one video at a time. Looking forward to it today. We have lots of great videos to go over, member requested videos. If you'd like to request your own videos, you can certainly do so. ToddReacts.com. The season tier gets you 2 video requests per month. Series tier gets you 3 video requests per month. And while you're there, go ahead and check out the winter collection of merch, which is available right now for the next just over 26 days. And we'll be swapping over into the summer collection of merch that I've been hard at work at for quite a few weeks at this point. I'm getting the samples very soon, so I'll be checking those out for quality and everything, make sure it's all good to go. But very excited. Give you a little bit of a clue. I worked with some designers for these items. Just basically, it would be very interesting to have different designs for every item, but that would also be crazy expensive. So I went with 2 themes for this collection. Get to pick which one you want. Whether you want both, hey, that's up to you. But it's 2 very different styles. I'm sure you'll enjoy them, or at least find them visually interesting. And hopefully they fit your style, I guess. Looking forward to it. As you saw at the beginning there's a little teaser that I just included. We'll be rolling those out soon. Made a bunch of ads and all that good stuff. Little previews, if you will. Check those out. Other than that, I am working on something to do with the launch. I haven't really finalized it yet. That's why I'm not talking about it. But I will soon. I'll be hard at work on it very soon. I wanted to make sure we had everything in order first. As you can see, I'm wearing the signature hoodie. It is an Under Armour hoodie, so it's top quality, very amazing. Check out every other item there. Lots of different sizes, very inclusive sizing, and lots of different colors for you to look at, choose from, depending on your style, what colors you like to wear, and all that good stuff. And of course, every item comes with a quality guarantee, which is great. If there's any sort of visual or print error, it'll be replaced or refunded, free of charge. So yeah, very cool. It does have a size guide as well for you to help, make sure you get the right size. Nothing's more annoying than, you're a number whatever in this type of clothing, and then you go to get it in some other type of clothing, and you're just like, this is nowhere near like fitting. Like, what happened? Every manufacturer has their own cuts and, inseams and all that stuff. It's very confusing. So the size guide should help you narrow it down. Be a little more accurate to your size based on the manufacturer. Accessories as well, those don't go away. They just get added to as the new collection hits the store. So go ahead and check those out. Of course, as always, we got the Rocks glass with a little energy drink to get my brain working again after a long day of work. And then we have the mint green variety, the insulated tumbler. Yes, it does come with the metal straw as well. Check that out and all the other great items currently available at Todd.com. And if you are there already and you have not done so, go ahead and hit the subscribe button on the YouTube channel. I'd appreciate it. Let's see, just over 13,800 of you have already hit that button. I appreciate you more. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. If you do subscribe right now or after this, I'll appreciate you more as well. You'll be added to the list of elite viewers, if you will. But I appreciate you regardless. Whether you watch for 2 seconds, whether you watch for 80 hours, total. I appreciate you, one and all. There's over 1,100 videos. If you're watching live via Twitch and have no idea that this is based on YouTube, you'll find all the old streams and much, much more on there. So you got a lot of content to catch up on, which is pretty great. Nothing is more annoying than waiting for the next thing to come out, and you're just like, come on, I need it, and then you're just like, dang, I guess I have to find something else to watch. Well, I got a lot of backlog, so I don't think you're going to need any other channel for quite some time. I wonder how long it would take to watch every second of every video I've put on here. Probably a lot. Probably quite a few, I don't know, months, maybe weeks or months. I don't know. That'd be interesting to find out. I wonder if it tells me how much I've actually uploaded to YouTube. That'd be kind of interesting. But yeah, go ahead and check out the YouTube channel if you haven't already. And if you are already there watching this right now, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Appreciate it. And last but certainly not least, the Discord channel. As you can see at the top, it tells you I'm currently live. That's awesome. Includes a little link there if you have the Twitch app downloaded to your phone or mobile device, whatever. It'll actually pull up the app. And if you don't, it'll just pull up a browser and you can watch live. Talk in the chat, hang out, all that good stuff. And you have lots of great fandoms and whatnot. If you don't see something that you're dying to talk about and you think other people would be dying to talk about as well, certainly request it. We have a request a channel right at the top there. Super nice and handy. And just put in what you want, and then we'll make it for you. That easy. Got some great mods in there as well. Shout out to Jace, Rocco Kitty, and Luke. And we have some wonderful community pages, channels, I suppose, as well, that you can check out, and members-only areas for those on the website. Okay. Ooh, that's a lot to go through. Try to go through it as fast as I can. I know it's competitive if you watch every time, but there's a lot of people that don't watch every time, so I gotta go through it every time. Have some amazing videos for you today. Quickly about the weekend, I watched a movie. Well, what I wanted to do was see the movie Sinners in the movie theater. Everybody's talking about it. It seems, it's the hot movie right now. And I go to look at, the local theater that I usually go to, and it is packed on Saturday. Packed. We're not talking just late night, 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, the prime time for going to a theater. We're talking all the time. All the times are just swamped. Like more so than I've seen for a long time. So people are going. People are going a lot. I think they're eyeing just about $400 million globally in the coming weeks, which is pretty great. Not everything has to be a $1 billion movie, of course, but I would say 400 million is quite good for just a standalone kind of film. So I said, forget it. Forget it. It's too packed. I don't want to be in a full theater like that. I can't. I won't want to. So I went and saw another movie instead. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. It is called Until Dawn. Now, you might be, if you're in the know, you might be thinking, wait a minute, isn't that a video game? And you'd be correct. I had no idea. I've seen people play Until Dawn on YouTube. I've seen the playthrough, and I had no idea. I just didn't connect in my brain like, wait a minute, Until Dawn is the name of a game that I've seen. I haven't played it, but I've seen it. So I should have remembered it, but I had no idea. And I only found out until, I think it was after the movie, I finally figured it out. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. Oh my. So it had a few jump scares. And as you know, if you've been watching for a little bit, jump scares work on me. Like it is The people that put it into movies are like, this is going to work. This is going to work. Every one, every single one. I could know it's coming. It could be absolutely silent, and you know it's coming. You can infer that it's coming, and it still works. It's amazing. So if you're ever wondering, like, why do people put these stupid jump scares in movies? It doesn't get anybody. Well, it gets me. It gets me every time. Anyway, the movie was pretty good. Pretty good. Not terrible. I would, jeez. If I was to rate this, I would give it a, all right, based on Rotten Tomatoes. Let's look. So the critics, all of them, gave it a 53 out of basically 100 reviews. I would say that that's a little low. I would probably put it at a 60 or 62, 3, somewhere around there. I think the audience score is a little high. That's probably because maybe you had some fans of the game that really kind of enjoyed it. I'm sure that's always the case. Let's switch it to all audience. Oh, yeah. Okay. So verified all. Not much of a review bomb. If there is a review bomb, I wouldn't think that there would be one for this. So right around 68, 66. I would say the critics are probably closer to it. Let's check out the top critics. Ooh. But as always, we take the critics with a grain of salt, a massive grain of salt, a boulder size grain of salt. I would say all of them are closer. It's not bad. I would give it about a 60. It's scary in moments. You don't really problem with, I do like the fact that it's only an hour and 43 minutes. They cut a lot, I would assume. This movie did not need to be 2.5 hours. Maybe it would have helped, like giving some backstory and you learn about the characters and you actually care if they die or whatever. But very much like the recent Alien, you don't care about any of these people. It is a fact of having a short horror film. Like the backstories don't really matter. Even in the original Halloween, I mean, I was watching that and I'm like, you don't really get much in the way of Jamie Lee Curtis's history. It's just kind of all of a sudden people start dying and he's on the run. And it's just like, all right, there's not much there, but what is there is not bad. Not bad. As just kind of a popcorn, horror film, sit down, hour and a half, enjoy yourself, see some gore, see some blood, maybe get a jump scare or two. Not bad. It's really not. It's not offensive at all. There are some movies out there that are so bad, you don't even want to watch them. They're not even enjoyable in the least. This one at least has some of that. It is at least clever in how they die. It's clever. It's not just standard, I'm trying not to go into detail because number one, I don't know if I can. And number two, I'm not trying to spoil it. It's literally in theaters. But they're clever with the death scenes. It's not just rehashed, been there, done that. It's not repetitive at all. They're very unique, which is cool. Similar to Final Destination, how those death scenes are all kind of unique. Very similar, although they are limited based on, the setting of it. I don't think I'm giving away anything when I say it's based in a house. You can literally see the house in the in the poster for it. So, can you stay alive? Every night a different nightmare, so that kind of gives you the gist of it, right? It looks like what the heck are these even called? Looks like the sands of time, basically. In a house, every night is a nightmare. That tells you the nights repeat, very much like Groundhog Day. And yeah, not that surprising. The story kind of gives itself up immediately. Like, you know what's going to happen. It's not a shock at all. 1 year after her sister Melanie disappears mysteriously, Clover and her friends head into a remote valley where she vanished in search of answers, exploring an abandoned visitor center. They find themselves, which is literally a house. They find themselves stalked by a masked killer and horrifically murdered one by one, only to wake up and find themselves back at the beginning of the same evening. Trapped in the valley, they're forced to relive that night over and over and over and over. Only each time the killer threat is different, each more terrifying than the last. Hope dwindling, the group soon realizes they have a limited number of deaths left. The only way to escape is to survive until dawn. There you go. And it's not more complicated than that. That is literally it. That is the entire movie. I thought it was interesting. Yes, it's correct. Each one is more terrifying than the last. You can think of it kind of like Jumanji, how they had the 3 lives in the reboot with The Rock and Kevin Hart and Jack Black. You know how they had those stripes on their wrist or whatever. And basically they just have a certain amount. They don't know how many they have, and they got to survive till dawn. Basically the gist of it. And pretty interesting. It is very interesting. I remember watching this and just thinking to myself, this would be a terrible situation to be in. Can you imagine? Like, just to kind of give you an example of one of the terror threats, not only do you have to die, you have to do it over, over, over. It is brutal, brutal. But I'm glad it's an R-rated horror film. Those have been lacking so much of late. I've seen a bunch of them over the past couple of years, usually like Blumhouse or whatever, and they're all like PG-13. They're not truly gory, truly horrific. And honestly, I think that kind of cheapens it. You really want to go all the way. If you're doing a horror film, you better have at least an adult's rating to it, like for sure. Otherwise, it's just It's almost comical at that point. Not really terrifying, but having consequences, that is terrifying. That is absolutely. So there it was. Check it out if you want. Would I recommend it? Maybe not in the theaters. I don't think I would recommend that movie in the theaters. I think I would say it's probably best to just check it when it comes out to streaming or whatever. Try to get it for free, basically. Take with that as you will. And of course, yesterday was it was May the Force be with you. May 4th. I actually stuck around and watched episodes 1 through 3. And actually a little bit of the first Star Wars, the 77 version. So 4, episode 4, A New Hope called. I haven't seen the episode 1 through 3 Star Wars since they came out. So I was probably 20 years ago. I was very young. And I checked them out probably a couple of years after they came out, maybe like 2 years. But I haven't seen them since then. And I got to say, they are so much better than I remember, especially episode 3. Episode 3 is one of the best sci-fi films I think I've ever seen. One of. And the crescendo is just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Oh, gosh. Pretty brutal ending. Brutal ending. Oh, my God. But very good. Very freaking good. Yes, in episode 1, Jar Jar Binks is just horrific. They should have cut that character. Absolutely stupid to have that character. He's not funny. It's goofy. And it kind of ruins the whole mood of it. Like, Han Solo is funny, but he's not goofy and funny all the time. You know? It's not a comical character. Jar Jar Binks was literally just a comical character the entire episode 1. Just terrible. The amount of hate that that movie got because of that, totally acceptable. Completely stamp it. Boom, 100% approved 20 years later or 20 something years later. It is awful. Now, the rest of the movie is pretty good. Pretty dang good. Episode 2 was pretty good as well. It was a lot of heavy flirting. A lot of heavy flirting from Anakin to Padme. Wow. Just the attempts over and over and over. Wow. Finally culminating at episode 3. You know, good for you. But yeah, rough one. Rough one on Anakin. And it's fascinating. It is a fascinating story. It was so well done. You know, watching episode 1 through 3, which is not my favorite. I truly like 4, 5, 6 more. But I would say episode 1 through 3 made me miss the old George Lucasfilm Star Wars. The Disney Star Wars, in my opinion, they could just trash all of it, and I would not have any problem with it. None of them are memorable, in my opinion. Enjoyed them. Happy for you. I wish I did too. But yeah, they're all trash them all. Give it back to Lucasfilm. Sell it to them for $1. Who knows? And we might actually get some very, very good Star Wars content going forward. But obviously, there's been other offshoots of Star Wars, you know, that have been very successful. The animations, etc., which is cool. I enjoy that. I like that. It's almost like a blast from the past in a way. But boy, those recent movies I literally don't remember anything other than Han Solo's ridiculous death. Just terrible. The fact that they didn't put Han, Luke, and Leia in any scene together is criminal. Criminal. And now they have to do it with CGI, which is just creepy. Yeah, it has just been absolutely bungled, if you will. But I will say, episode 1 through 3, 20 years later, amazing. Amazing storytelling. Gripping. Made me want to watch the entirety 1 through, 7? Or 1 through 6? Oh my gosh. I couldn't because it was getting late. And I'm like, I'm kind of movied out right now. Like, I've watched, 3.5 of them. I'm done. I'm done. I couldn't even finish the 4th one. But good stuff. It's been a while. I'm much older now. I gotta say, it grew on me. It grew on me. Maybe I was too young to not appreciate it. And I really liked the original, 70s ones, 4, 5, 6. So when they came out with the prequels, I was just like, ugh, I don't want it. I don't want it. I like Han Solo. I like Luke Skywalker. I like Leia. Don't need it. So I kind of dismissed it. But looking at it 20 years later, I have such an appreciation for it because it gives you what you need. It's the background. It's the context of Anakin, Darth Vader. Huge. It is so much better now. I have so much more respect. I'm into Star Wars. I'm much more into Star Wars now than I was before. I always loved Star Trek. I thought it's great. The original cast. I even like the recent movies, Zachary Quinto and Chris Pine and all that stuff. I know a lot of people don't like those, but I liked them. I've seen them over and over and over again. But I would always say I'm probably Star Trek first, Star Wars second. But I can honestly say after this, I am Star Wars first, which is impressive. Quite a turnaround. From someone who completely dismissed the prequels, didn't really like them, didn't really care about them, to someone who now loves them, and Star Wars overtook Star Trek for me. Wow. Wow. Pretty amazing, honestly. It was very enjoyable. I'm glad I did it. I would say the critics were right. I would probably put it at episode 3, I'd put it like an 85. 85, 90. Like, it is good. The audience, I don't know. They just hate it for some reason. No idea why. Revenge of the Fifth. That's so funny. I was 15 when this came out in theaters. One of the best sci-fi dramas ever existed. Still holds up. Yeah, I would say it. I would say it definitely holds up. You know, they didn't. There has been some scenes, some deleted scenes put in there that didn't exist because they didn't have the technology to make it look good. Now that CGI is a little better or whatever, they put in a few scenes. But I would say overall, the effects are not terrible. Not terrible at all. They cleaned them up quite a bit from probably the theatrical release. I could watch it 100 times over. The best. I'm looking for some negatives. What are the negatives at? Lifelong Star Wars 4 through 6 fan. Same. I've seen each of these probably 50 to 100 times. That's excessive. I used to worry about Disney ruining Star Wars, but upon yeah, I mean, they did ruin Star Wars. But upon revisiting episode 3 for only the second time, once in theaters when it was new, I've realized that they actually saved Star Wars from George Lucas. I thought, no, no. One thing does not prove the other. I thought this was the least bad of the first 3 episodes, but I'm not sure anymore. It's wholly unwatchable at this point. No, it isn't. Gives the flattest performance of her career, Natalie Portman. Literally only in the movie to die on childbirth, which is hugely disappointing. How is that hugely disappointing? It's part of the story. That's what turns him. Like, that's part of it. Hayden's turn into the dark side is mostly unbelievable, and his abs are the only thing notable about his performance. I don't believe that either. Damn, this is a bad review. CGI is so heavily overused. Honestly, I didn't think it was that bad. Wow, that is a terrible review. I would say the third one's probably the best. I mean, the first one's pretty great. If you erase Jar Jar Binks. I mean, Darth Maul is crazy cool. Crazy cool. But yeah, there you go. May the 4th be with you. And now we're on Cinco de Drinko, if you will. Cinco de Mayo. Yeah, that was eye-opening. Eye-opening for me. I was not expecting to like Star Wars more. Oh, hey, here's some numbers. This was the day that the 20th anniversary came out. It was second in domestic box office in the US, right behind Sinners. Like right behind Sinners. 13 million for Sinners, 11.5 for Star Wars Episode 3. That movie came out 20 years ago, and it almost beat Sinners for the day. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. That is absolutely nuts. Wow. Meanwhile, Pride and Prejudice, 20th anniversary, 188,000. Oof. Oof. Oh no. Here we go. Okay, let's see here. Hold on. 2.8 in 1,300 theaters. That's not bad for Pride and Prejudice. I actually really like that movie. I thought it was a lovely film. This one, Star Wars, made $25.5 million US dollars 20 years later. I love that. I absolutely love that. 10 days. Very cool. Very, very cool. Dang. So if you're a Star Wars fan, hopefully you enjoyed it. But go ahead and jump in to the videos for today. We have a One Tree Hill TikTok edit compilation. We have funny F1 moments, and then we're going to follow it up with another One Tree Hill video. And then we're going to a Dan and Phil date night. Dan and Phil video. And then we're going to end the stream and kick off the week with a YinWar, making us feel single AF. So get yourself ready for that. Emotionally prepare yourselves. Let's go ahead and jump into the first one. This should be positioned correctly, I think. Oh.
Do you actually think I need your help?
Well, I guess that's a thank you in Brook World.
Oh, look, you got something right. It is my world.
Stop picking on my son. Not only will I give Jamie permission to kick his ass, but I'll be kicking your ass right alongside of him. Got that, bitch?
I don't think I've seen that version of her. Whoa. That was intense.
You know, that was my first ever fist pump. Don't overthink it.
Most important fan is missing. You and me only. I did it all for you. Still you were lonely. We could have worked it out.
It's really bad. My mom's dying and I'm making soup because there's nothing else that I can do because I can't stop it because nothing can stop it. So many moments, so much that go with her when she dies. I don't know what the right questions are to ask, and I'm not ready for this. I'm just really not ready.
You never are. Never are.
Penelope Davis.
Exactly.
Back up. Now.
Really? Is that an order? Captain?
Don't push me, bitch.
What?
Now that's a
Clean
Nathan
like
I
everybody
know.
else?
Yes.
Good God, the amount of thirst traps. It's going to be off the charts.
As long as you are a good husband and a good father to your son. It's a boy, Nathan. You're gonna have a son.
He always got a chance to right the wrong from his own father. Kind of beautiful, almost poetic in a way.
I'm pregnant. I think it's gonna be
Rule step 1: don't raise a jerk. Step 2: don't be a jerk yourself. Life isn't that hard when you boil it down to that.
You look like Taylor Swift in this light. We're loving it. You've got edge. She never did the future's bright. Dazzling.
My dad hits me. He hits me even when I haven't done anything wrong. Chase found out, and he stopped him.
Jeez. I got dark very fast, but then better. Quickly. Good grief.
I had sworn to myself that I'm content with loneliness because none of it was ever worth the risk. Well, you are the only exception.
There was something quite beautiful about sitcoms back then. You know, they kind of touched on everything in like a upfront, honest, brutal way, but they also had really good messaging behind it. I don't watch enough sitcoms these days to know if that still occurs, but it seemed like they always had a good message. It was just, it always left you thinking or feeling or you know, one of both maybe. And there's something quite beautiful about it. You know, TV shows at heart. You know, the writers were really careful with how they address things, and you know, gave you some examples of how to deal with it and handle it and all that good stuff. I mean, the one that pops up to mind, you know, which was almost like a therapy session, was Boy Meets World, and Mr. Feeney constantly like therapy with those kids. Like he was just like, all right, I know this is happening to you, but you know, you can do this, and this happens. You don't have to internalize it. Every time that show ended, I felt like I just been through like a session. It was quite interesting. I don't know if shows still do that. I hope they do.
Just trying to silence that voice inside your head. Yeah, you know the one. It's growing louder every day. It's saying we're drifting apart. I'm losing.
I almost thought that was Stefan from Vampire Diaries.
Actually saying shut this guy up once and for all.
I was like, wow, what a crossover.
She's beautiful. You think I'm fat?
What? Of course not.
Do I have a little head?
No. I love your head.
All right, get your minds out of the gutter.
So tell me everything is not about me, but what if it is? Then say they didn't do it to hurt me, but what if
Boy, they put Nathan through it.
I wanna snarl and
Good
show
Lord.
you just how disturbed this has made me. You wouldn't last an hour in the asylum where they raised me. So all you kids can sneak into my
Oop.
house with all the cobwebs.
Oops.
I'm always drunk on my own tears. Isn't that what they all said?
Peyton did cocaine with that Rick guy. Really? What? You had sex in her bed? Okay. What is wrong with you? Crack whore. Slut. Liar.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't have it in myself to go with grace, and so the battleships will sink beneath the waves. You had to kill me, but it killed you.
That is
just the
insane.
same. My name, wishing I stayed. You turned into
That's the
your
first time I've
own
seen that scene.
and you tossing out blame, drunk on this pain, crossing out the good years, and you're cursing my name, wishing I stayed. Look at how my tears ricochet.
Am I weird? Yeah, but so what? Everybody's weird.
I hate Dan so much. Amen. Honestly, I give the actor a lot of credit. He played a very good villain. Terrible person in the, character wise, but did a great job at it. Just made you want to ooh. What's up, Dudekin?
Hate to say it, but your wife looks pretty hot.
Haley always looks hot.
We are the crowd.
Great Batman costume.
Need that picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Never.
But seriously, Dan is the worst. What? Good grief. And this is why you put that, what are they called? Like a little like kid fence around pools. They don't fall in, they don't get in there. Those definitely have to be installed, for sure.
I think your house is haunted, but that is always mine. And I think you should come live with me, and we can be pirates. Then you won't have to cry or hide in the closet. And just like a folk song, our love will be past. Oh.
We have absolutely hit our Taylor Swift quota for the stream. On the first video.
You were born into a family that doesn't always appreciate.
I think Nathan's the favorite.
One day things are going to be very different.
You can let it go. You can throw a party full of everyone you know. You can start a family who will always show you love. You don't have to be sorry for doing it on your own.
It was just like a song. My God, this reminds me of when we were young.
Little upgrade there. Adele is so good, it's crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
Who's the father?
A little close, aren't you?
Back up. Personal space.
All of my jeans to say I think I'm over type shit. But the whole
You scared me, you wonderful man.
Missed you.
Good. Shut up and kiss me.
and you never knew how much I really liked you. 'Cause I never even told you all I meant to.
Look at Hey, Scott.
American girls. After school, she ran to me. This is the home of the brave, land of the free. But your parents still didn't know.
I want to go.
Jamie.
Quentin was my friend, and I want to say goodbye too.
This is gonna be really sad, buddy.
I'm already sad.
Dang. Emotional intelligence is strong with that one. That is actually very impressive.
There was never a day on that tour when I didn't think you were the best part of my life.
You can't just say that, Haley. Not after months of silence. Because I'm leaving in the morning. I'm going to high flyers.
What do they say? Silence is an answer, basically. If you're thinking about someone that much, just reach out. That is a pro tip. Just do it. Who cares? If they're not interested, move on. But don't just think about somebody constantly and not like reach out at all. Just doing yourself a disservice, and you're making yourself hurt for no reason. Season 2 hurt? It seems like it.
If you don't love me anymore.
And make sure it's kind of low-key. Just a few friends, you know?
Okay. So much fun. Now crawl back out the window before my parents wake up and hear you.
I hear what? This?
I can't breathe when I'm around him, and when I'm not around him, I want to be. I'm just totally in love with him.
Strike up the band and make the fireflies dance, silver moon sparkling.
Don't say I never did.
Okay, something really bad for this.
No, I'm gonna be speaking in front of 1,000 people on Saturday. Plus, I'm pregnant. I need help.
A dual thirst trap. This might be a first, actually. Oh no, trio. A quad. Wow. That was impressive. That was impressive.
No matter what you wear, that girl's gonna look beautiful.
Thank you.
Except maybe in this thing.
Oh, shut up.
And you never knew how much I really liked you. 'Cause I never even told you.
Boy, high school was a confusing time. Trying to find your place. What you wear was so important. It's like, ugh. When I first went to high school, I really cared about that stuff, and then over the years, I just gradually didn't care.
You were responsible.
It was a beautiful thing. I felt free, you know, free to be myself, do whatever.
I'll never forget that, Lydia. Never.
Dan paid Jules to seduce Keys. Life sucks. I need a drink.
Wow. Jeez. Dan is a madman. That has been confirmed.
I might have called a couple of times.
6 times.
You crazy obsessive parent. You called 8.
What's up, Ninxie? Correct to your first pinned and Anakin Skywalker edits. Ooh. Certainly can do so.
Okay, let's
just have to go to that website and become a member. These are all member requested videos. You can actually get multiple videos per month if you want. There's quite a few creators that are members. This video specifically literally is titled on YouTube, One Tree Hill edits for Todd Reacts. Kind of funny. I saw that and I'm like, oh. Beat me to typing the explanation. I was quick. I was on it.
What are you gonna wish for?
I have the chat right next to the video, so in my peripheral, I was seeing like movement. So I'm like, oh wait, what?
I already have everything I ever wanted.
You're playing NBA.
Oh my god!
Boy, seeing Nathan with the sun really humanizes him. More so than, obviously, the beginning of Nathan's arc.
It might help if you tell her you're happy. I'm happy, Mom. Dad loves me.
Let me hear it. A little louder. Oh yeah. Now you got it. Oh yes.
Oh my gosh.
What do you think?
That's so funny.
You do realize that both your former girlfriends are cheerleaders.
Well, he has a type, and they cheer. Give me an L. Give me an O. Give me a V. Give me an E. Does it spell love?
I'm serious.
We can't do that. We're broke, and we have to go to school.
I'm sure I can scrounge up enough money for gas and screw school. You're a year ahead of everybody, and there's no way I'm gonna flunk. I married my tutor.
That's really sweet. It's not that big a deal.
Hey, yes, it is, right?
Being broken in school is a rite of
I may
passage.
not always be able to give you everything you want, but I can do this. Come on, let's go see our family.
Thank you. You know, as long as I have you, I have everything I want. But we're still going.
You know what's very annoying? Being in school and being broke, that is the exact moment when it would be most fun to have money. You get to go out whenever you want. Doesn't matter. You can have, move out to an apartment, maybe have one by yourself even. Like usually university students share apartments, pay per room, basically, bedroom. Having your own place, going out whenever you want. Getting like restaurant food instead of getting dorm food or dormitory food. Like it is the exact place. Going on spring break vacations, being able to post those pictures. Oh my gosh. I remember those. The people that actually did vacation or holiday, if you will, during spring break and whatnot. Never me. Never me. But it would have been fun to be part of that. It would be amazing to have money in school. Excellent, excellent edit. That was made specifically for this channel. Very cool. As I pointed out, the title of it, One Tree Hill TikTok edits for Todd Reacts number 2. Go ahead and throw that some love. Link down below in the YouTube description for the original throw out some love as well. And for those of you watching live, let me go ahead and post the link in chat. See that? Check out their channel as well. They might have other edits that we haven't seen yet that might pique your fancy. Let's go ahead and bring up some more information on One Tree Hill. It's an amazing show. Kind of touches on everything from, like, you know, teen pregnancy to murder. You know, heartbreak. I think drug use as well, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it touches on it. I can't remember. Love, of course. Can't have heartbreak without a little love. And obviously family issues and just everything. Everything you could possibly want a show to cover, it covered. One Tree Hill fans rank their 10 most beloved episodes with surprising number 1. Fans have rewatched the drama's most iconic moments over the years, but which episodes have made the top 10? Ooh, you can kind of give your own point of view on this as well, whether you think they're correct or not. Because you've reacted to a lot, a variety of links is slowing. So if people have suggestions, they can share them into Discord. Absolutely. And that's just a general policy, honestly. If you request something and you want to give some informational links or some context or whatever regarding the show or what's going on in the video, greatly appreciated. The mods would absolutely adore that. Set in the fictitious North Carolina town. Yes, we know this. Let's see here. Skip to the list. Number 10, Remember Me is a Time of Day. Kicking off the list at number 10 is the season 6 finale. Remember Me is a Time of Day. The episode opens in a hospital with Peyton in critical condition after delivering her and Lucas's daughter, Sawyer. Luckily, she recovers and fulfills her dream of becoming a mother after losing both biological and adoptive mothers. Yikes. Fortunately, this is the last we see of Peyton, as she and Lucas decide to depart from Tree Hill, our iconic. Lucas notably makes a guest appearance in season 9. Episode is likely to be revisited by fans as it features the memorable scene where Nathan informs Haley that he has finally made it into the NBA. For the Naley enthusiasts, it's a moment not to be missed. That's not surprising. Honestly, it's the last time we see both of them, and also for the Naley folks, kind of a double whammy there. Number 9, Pictures of You, Season 4, Episode 13, which bears a striking resemblance to The Breakfast Club. Classic. Absolute classic. In this episode, the main characters get to understand their peers better before graduation, paired with someone they aren't particularly close to, and within an hour, they must reveal some of their deepest insecurities. At the end of the task, they each have to take a picture that they believe represents their classmate. A poignant image is of Brooke standing in front of a projector with words expressing her feelings of inadequacy projected onto her face, a scene that perfectly encapsulates the struggles fitting into high school. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. I think it's because we're too young to really conceptualize inadequacy and all that stuff in middle school and earlier. So I think high school is like the first time you really start to think like, oh, there's levels to human existence, and I might be middle of the road, whereas somebody might be, you know, super popular, super pretty, you know, has family, has money, etc., like top of the social list, if you will. That's when it really starts to come into focus, and you're like, oh, everybody's not on the same level. At least superficially, of course. There's the image. Not talented enough, not good enough, not smart enough, not pretty enough. Interesting. Darkness on the Edge of Town, number 8, Season 8, Episode 11, Darkness on the Edge of Town. A storm descends, placing Brooke, Jamie, and Quinn in perilous situations. Brooke and Jamie find themselves in a dangerous predicament when they're swept into a river and nearly drown. What? While Quinn faces a life or death struggle against her deranged stalker, Katie. Good grief. The episode keeps audiences gripped throughout, especially during the heart-stopping moment when Brooke implores Julian to rescue Jamie first. When he returns to the submerged vehicle, Brooke is unconscious, prompting a desperate race against time as her fiancé strives to save her. Oh. Get Cape, Where Cape Fly. Often explores themes of grief, following the deaths of numerous characters. I like the fact that this show, which you would not expect people to die in, literally about high school, family life, and relationships. And oh, yeah, there's also like murder and death. It just kind of comes out of nowhere when I think about just kind of the plot of this show, the arcs of this show. It's just like, whoa. Quentin Fields first appears in season 5 as a rebellious basketball player. Over time, he begins to reform his ways, forming stronger relationships with his teacher Haley, basketball coaches, of course, and Nathan. Life is tragically cut short when he's shot at a petrol station or gas station by the villainous Xavier, leaving the other characters to grapple with the loss. Moving scene at the conclusion, Jamie drapes a superhero cape over Quentin's coffin, takes Brooke's hand just before the credits roll. That's sad. Oh my gosh. One Tree Hill. Apt name, don't you think? Show's final episode. Season 9 was a roller coaster of emotions, but the series finale concluded on a positive note. There you go. Audience enjoyed last on-screen performances from Haley and Chris Keller, and even Gavin DeGraw made a comeback. Performed the iconic theme song, I Don't Want to Be Anything Other Than What I've Been Trying to Be Lately. The apt final scene features a flash forward where teenage Jamie takes the spotlight at a basketball game while Haley, Brooke, and Nathan emotionally reminisce about their own childhoods spent in the gymnasium. What more could fans want? That's awesome. That's really cool. I like shows that do that. It's so neat. Absolutely enjoy it. I wish more shows did that, honestly. Just kind of a nice little hat tip to the fans for being there. Show a little bit into the future where you can kind of get a little bit of closure, if you will. Number 5, All of a Sudden I Miss Everyone, is infamous for its season finales that typically end on a cliffhanger. Classic. Season 4, episode 24, set the stage for a time jump in season 5. Kicks off Haley going into labor, Karen being rushed to the hospital, emergency procedure. Also plenty of celebration as the main characters finally graduate from high school. They gather at a graduation party hosted by Rachel, where everyone savors their final moments together as youngsters. That's always a bittersweet moment, I guess you could say. You've been with these people for probably a majority of your life if you haven't moved. And, you're used to hanging out with them every day. It's like it's basically like you're living together with the amount of time you spend day after day with these same people that you get very close. You get absolutely close to people in high school. But, when you graduate, everyone goes their separate way. Maybe you're going to the same school. Maybe you're going to a school across town, different state, different country, different province, different continent, maybe. Who knows? People go scatter. People just absolutely scatter. So it was kind of bittersweet. It's cool that you're graduating, but also sad. Maybe not for the social aspect, because I know a lot of people don't like the social aspect of high school. But certainly if you had any sort of friend group or friends or a friend or whatever, it can be sad because you might be going to a different school or they're doing something else. Who knows? Fan favorite scene that frequently circulates on social media is the girls' group dance to the Spice Girls' 96 hit Wannabe. Season then concludes with the group engaging in a game of basketball on the river court, making a fitting end to their teenage years. Number 4, Show Must Go On, season 3 finale. Nathan and Haley renew their vows. That's big. Brooke, the maid of honor, delivers a heartfelt speech about love, which resonates deeply after she discovers her best friend Peyton's hidden feelings for her boyfriend Lucas. Lee. Episode also teases a pregnancy and reveals that Dan finally learns it was his ex-wife Deb who had attempted to murder him earlier in the season. Oh, that's the unfortunate word there. that's the unfortunate word there. But that's not all. As the episode wraps up with a gripping cliffhanger, Rachel and Cooper's limo plunges off the bridge into the water below, and Nathan diving in to rescue him. That is brutal. That's a good cliffhanger right there. Number 3, Danny Boy, securing third place as the 11th episode of season 9. Calls for tissues. Dan Scott spends most of the show as a villain. Yeah, I would say so. That's putting it lightly. But at some point, he begins to redeem himself. No. No. By stepping in to save Nathan from the Russian mafia. While attempting to rescue his kidnapped son, Dan is tragically shot and is later informed that he doesn't have much time left after an emotional goodbye with his daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Fatigued Dan is met by his deceased brother Keith as he crosses over. Well, let's be real. Keith might be going to heaven. I think old Danny Boy probably will go somewhere else. I don't think he's seeing Keith. I really don't think he's seeing Keith. Maybe that one good deed trying to attempt to rescue Nathan gets him there, but ooh, I don't know. There sure are poignant moments in the school hallway where Dan infamously shot his brother in season 3 before they walk into the afterlife together. Who would have guessed we'd all be shedding tears for Dan Scott? Honestly, probably more shedding tears with seeing Keith dead again. That's probably more of the tears. Number 2, Some You Give Away, coming in second place, season 4, episode 9, which showcases the Ravens state championship victory. Pays tribute to the coach Whitey Durham and revels in their triumph. Also includes several touching scenes, such as Haley revealing to Nathan that she's pregnant with a baby boy, and Lucas finally declaring his love for Peyton. However, the mood darkens when Haley is hit by a car, ouch, causing her terrified best friend Lucas to suffer a heart attack right next to her on the street. What? Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. That's pretty young to be suffering a heart attack. Crazy. Good grief. They really threw the kitchen sink at these characters. With tired eyes, tired minds, tired souls, we slept. Number 1, season 3, episode 16. Outcast Jimmy fires a gun in the school hallway. He holds several of his classmates hostage in the tutoring center, threatening to harm them if they call for help. Finally, he releases them, but the situation escalates dramatically when Keith steps onto the campus, persuading Jimmy to relinquish the firearm. Buckling under a strain of school life, Jimmy tragically ends his own on the corridor before Dan shows up and shockingly shoots his brother, but manipulates everyone into thinking it was Jimmy. That's so crazy. That is absolutely nuts. Oh my gosh. That's how that goes down? Good grief. Oh, that is brutal to read. Brutal. I loved One Tree Hill, but the reboot needs to make 6 key changes. Okay. All right, let's hear it. What are the 6 changes? Not everybody needs to be famous. Tree Hill's high school's ability to produce famous people needs to be studied. Basically, every character gained recognition for their talent. Haley became a singer. Brooke was a fashion designer. Nathan was a basketball player. Lucas made it as an author. Dan Scott had his own talk show. Mouth McFadden was a sports commentator. Julian was an established film director. The list goes on. While we salute them all for getting so far in their respective fields, it feels kind of unrealistic that a whole friendship group would be in a celebrity magazine. Nothing wrong with few characters not having national notoriety, being a little more relatable with some common 9 to 5s. Interesting. More empowering storylines for the women. The women of the show were often made fun of for their activities. There were regular intimate activities. There were regular shaming jokes about Brooke's bedroom choices. But the same couldn't be said for Nathan, who was a proud player before Haley. Even Lucas, whose indecision when choosing between Brooke and Peyton was frustrating, got slightly. He walked so that Emily in Paris's Emily, Gabriel, and Lucas could run. Personally, I think it's about time we saw the women judge less and more accountability for the men. Goes without saying that the female stars need to feel comfortable with everything in the script. They've spoken openly about how that wasn't the case for them on the first run, and how they often felt overly. I don't even know what to say for that word. There have also been allegations of SH made against the show creator, which must have made filming extra difficult. Now the women are in the driver's seat and have the chance to reclaim the show. We hope this is clear in each scene, including the intimate scene, which should be shot from a female gaze. Well, it depends on the scene. Not all scenes should be shot from the same gaze. Right? That makes sense. Depends on the vibe of the scene. Who's pursuing who's initiating what. Obviously, it kind of changes based on that. More Rachel. Although we came for the Scott brothers, we stayed for Brooke, Haley, and Peyton. So I'd like to see that they get the most airtime. Not been confirmed who else will and won't be returning, but if there's one character whose arch we'd like to see built upon, it's Rachel. Back in the day, she made some iffy decisions, causing a car accident after being broken up with her much older lover, who was also Nathan's uncle. Did not know that. She also took the fall for stealing the answers to the math test, so Brooke didn't get in trouble. A pretty excellent friend. Deserves a better ending than being dumped by Dan. And we envision her returning as president of the Parents Committee at Tree Hill High School, a role that could see her bring back the ultimate frenemyship with Brooke. Interesting. Jake and Peyton are endgame. This might be an unpopular opinion, but Lucas and Peyton were toxic. Peyton and Jake, however, had the kind of quiet love you only appreciate on your rewatch as an adult. Someone is going to need a divorce for the plot, and Peyton and Lucas, it's gotta be you, which will make way for a sweet reunion. Mom and daughter goals. A big part of the original series is that Brooke and Peyton never got present mother figures during those pivotal high school years. But the reboot gives them the chance to be what they didn't have. I want to see mother-daughter bonds so strong they make Lorelai and Rory Gilmore look estranged. I also want to witness them being tested with fun hijinks, such as their sprogs sneaking out. Sprogs. Interesting word. I have never heard that word before. Sneaking out to attend house parties and skipping classes. It's got to be a UK British slang or something. Frogs. Frogs is British. I was like, I don't even know what that word means. And I look up at the URL and it's .uk. I'm like, oh, okay. Gotcha. That's a fun word. I like that. Do I agree with all of these? Probably. Not everybody needs to be famous. I agree with that. More empowering storylines. Sure. Why not? More Rachel. Jake and Peyton are endgame. I think it would be wise to take the route of Girl Meets World, where they made the kids the new stars, and the old actors were just kind of in the background helping it out, giving kind of those member berries. They can obviously have their own storylines, of course, but I don't think they have to be the star and the main focus of it. Maybe they could have their episodes and where we get to see the adult side of it and everything, but I don't know. I feel like if you're going to capture an audience while also not getting too far away from the source material, you got to switch it up a little bit. All right. Hilary Burton Morgan gives update on One Tree Hill reboot. The Metro is a London English publication. Oh, gotcha. Hillary Burton Morgan gives an update, including whether husband Jeffrey Dean will cameo. Co-star Sophia Bush announced their involvement in an upcoming reboot in August. This was just last year. Hillary Burton Morgan is teasing the One Tree Hill revival over 2 decades after the premiere. News that a reboot is in the works at Netflix excited fans. Hillary appeared at the AMC Network's 2025 Upfront and Contents Showcase, where she tells people that details of the project are top secret. Yeah, I did see that. I appreciate it. We're at the phase right now where I can't say anything. Before I could be like, oh, there's a little bit of movement. What she will say, there's a lot of good things cooking right now, and it's really smart. Hearing people working on it, and that's always a fun thing to be a part of. That probably tells me it's getting more into reality and less of like, oh, it'd be cool if we could do a reboot. I think it's more contracts have been signed, probably. If she's all of a sudden not talking about it, reaching a phase where she can't say anything, that tells me an NDA has probably been signed at this point. Just good news if you're looking for the reboot. Our husband, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, was by her side at the event. He's married to Jeffrey Dean Morgan? What? He says he won't be making any cameos in the upcoming season. It's her thing, he explains. I got to watch the kids. Yeah, we really do have to divide and conquer, she added. Although he won't be appearing in the new version, Jeffrey was actually close to working alongside his wife in the original, really. The actress who played Peyton Sawyer revealed in 2021 that Jeffrey auditioned for the show years ago. Had Jeff shown up in those tight jeans that Craig Sheffer was wearing, I would have definitely had kids earlier. That's funny. Jeffrey had auditioned to play Keith. No way. Really? Honestly, he would have nailed it. He would have nailed it for sure. Local mechanic and the uncle of 2 of Peyton's romantic interests. When I met Jeff, he was like, oh, I auditioned for that show. And I'm like, wait, what? He was like, yeah, I like the whole gritty garage thing. That edgy thing. Remake was announced in late August when Hillary and one of her castmates, Sophia Bush, confirmed the plans to return to the show. What if you can really go back home? The pair wrote in the joint message on Instagram. If there's an opportunity to team with brilliant creatives and build a space where all our friends can show off their talents, our own history, reclaim our turf, honor our fans, sign us up. Awesome. There's only one Tree Hill after all, and you, the OTH fam, have shown us that it's not just an idea. It really is the place where everything's better and everything's safe. Interesting. It definitely sounds like NDAs have been signed. So if you're looking for news on the reboot, I think you're not going to hear anything for a while just because they're working on it. They are definitely working on it. So if they're not releasing any updates, that's probably because the production is taking over the marketing, if you will. So it'll probably just be official communications from here on out, which is cool. That's very neat. It'll be interesting. One thing I noticed with reboots is they do have some trouble. Some of them have been hits. A lot of them have been misses. Just because lightning doesn't strike twice. Usually it doesn't. The original magic, everything's super HD at this point. Everything is filmed like a movie. It just kind of loses that beautiful charm that some of these older shows had. And it's so weird to say, but I don't know. I watched a video a couple months ago that had said, why does everything look so bad? Why does everything look so real? Like it's just filming off an iPhone. And it's because lighting technicians or lighting has gotten worse. Maybe they don't put the time into it or the effort into it anymore to properly light scenes. And it just kind of changes the whole feel of it. It doesn't feel like a movie or show. It feels like you're just sitting there with a phone in front of you, just recording and you're just watching the phone. I don't know. It doesn't have the gravitas, if you will, of shows from that age. But we'll see. We shall see. Hopefully they get as many people back as possible. I mean, only if it's just a cameo, that's fine, right? As long as you kind of get a little bit of the character in there, I would consider that a win. It's difficult because everybody's a little older. You know, they got other stuff going on. They've been acting. Maybe they're doing something else. Who knows? But one thing's for sure, the salaries will be a little bit higher, I think, for some of them. But let's go ahead and move on to the next one. It is a member-requested video, funniest F1 moments of all time. I don't know how this is going to go, but I'm assuming a lot of it's going to be interviews because it seems like there's way more comedy in the interviews that I knew ever existed in F1. Just the thumbnail alone. Take a look at this. I mean, what? Did the car hit him and he bounced back? Like, how did that occur? Good grief. It'll be interesting.
For sure, Formula One is known for the drama.
Oh.
The speed and pollination, apparently. But let's be honest, the real reason we keep coming back isn't just for the races, it's for the moments that make us laugh out loud. Today we're diving into the side that proves these drivers aren't just world-class athletes, they're world-class entertainers. And with over a century of history, the pinnacle of motorsport has gifted us non-stop laughs. So buckle up for 10 of the funniest, craziest moments. And who knows, I might be cooking up a part 2. Kimi Räikkönen, the king of unintentional.
I had no idea there was any sense of personality, humor involved in Formula One at all. I thought it was a good old boys club that was very serious and rivalries and hated people and, you know, all that super serious drama. And I had no idea there was actual personalities here and some fun and some laughter and whatnot. Who knew? I didn't.
Intentional humor, whether he's drunk on ice cream or, well, just plain drunk. Kimi has mastered the subtle art of not giving a fuck, creating iconic moments without even trying.
And the characters you see are
But
so
no moment captures the essence of the Iceman better than his antics at the 2006 Brazilian GP. You know Pelé, right? Top 5 goal scorer in history, Brazil's top scorer for decades. Yeah, basically the GOAT before the term even existed. Well, Pelé came to the grid that day to honour Michael Schumacher, planning to present him a special gift and greet all the drivers along the way. However, as the cameras rolled and he stood waiting, there was one notable absence. Yeah, a flying fin. This led to Martin Brundle famously chasing him down for an explanation. And when he finally caught up with the McLaren driver, the punchline was delivered.
Kimi, you missed the presentation by Pelé. Yeah. Will you get over it?
Yeah, I was having a shoot.
What made it even funnier was how this moment, this stupid exchange, overshadowed the presence of a football legend and the retirement of a motorsport icon. In any case, it just represented peak Iceman behavior. Honest, dry, and real. The truth is, Brazil seems to bring out his best, should I say, stand-up shows? Take 2012, for example, when Kimi went off track during the Brazilian GP and ended up on an old escape road.
Kimi Räikkönen looks to be trying to find a route home early.
To be fair, there used to be a shortcut there that led back to the track, and Kimi, being practical, remembered it. What he didn't realise was that the gate had been closed off years earlier.
Oh no.
And then there's Abu Dhabi. Driving for Lotus, Kimi suddenly took the lead after Hamilton's DNF.
Our race leader going very slowly indeed, and once again it looks like something mechanical.
But while dealing with the intense pressure at Yas Marina, his race engineer, Simon Rennie, chimed in with some advice the Finn didn't ask for.
Okay, Kimi, next car behind you is Alonso. Alonso 5 seconds behind you. I'll keep you updated on the gap.
Leave me alone, I know what to do.
Of course, the story didn't end there. Later in the race, Simon spoke up again. Kimmy's response?
Okay, Kimmy, we need to keep working all 4 tyres, please. Keep working all.
Yes, I'm doing all the time. We don't have to remind every second.
Simply the best. But let me ask you a question. Is there any driver even funnier than the Iceman? You guessed it. Your favourite Aussie, Daniel Ricciardo. Whether he's taking a shower.
Is that towel still? Oh.
That makes a lot of sense.
Sorry, guys.
Making someone else take a shower.
Oh my gosh.
Or somehow convincing others to take a shower with him. Daniel has demonstrated time and time again that he's as entertaining off track as he is on it.
They have got to hire him as some sort of personality. Maybe he can interview people, you know, that kind of thing, or do some segments around town or something. He's got to be involved in front of a camera, talking, doing something.
Mac and cheese balls.
Best example, Silverstone 2022. Before the race, McLaren teammates Lando Norris and Daniel Ricciardo were invited by British television to entertain the crowd with a little friendly competition. The challenge?
All you need to do is race to Matt Baker, who's holding up the brolly there, our presenter of Any Driven Monday. It's not that far.
Well, always remember, kids, big balls are no joke.
Lando Norris has stacked it down the main straight. Here comes Ricciardo. It's going to be the...
Poor Norris. With
I
crashes
love
like
that.
that, winning a championship
I love
would be
that.
tough. Still,
Oh my
fans couldn't
gosh.
get enough of the moment, flooding social media with hilarious reactions. Crazy, huh? And if you think watching the clip was funny, just look at this picture. Seriously, take a second to appreciate everyone's expressions. Absolute comedy gold. Anyway, his approach goes even
That's amazing.
further. Daniel's antics extend to every corner of the paddock.
Here we go. Get out of here.
Including the moment he introduced the world to the shoey. According to Wikipedia, it's a tradition that has roots in Australian culture. What a surprise. And was first popularised in motorsport by Jack Miller in 2016 after his MotoGP win. But since then, it's Ricciardo who's taken the shoey to the next level. How? By getting everyone to take part in this strange ritual. From teammates to rivals, even presenters like Martin Brundle, famous actors like Sir Patrick Stewart, or even Gerard Butler. Yeah, the one who saved the president in the film. Isn't that cool?
So I hear Mr. Butler does not drink alcohol. I respect that completely, but I believe he's going to drink some Red Bull out of my shoe right now, so you'd be kidding me.
Actually, that might be worse for you than alcohol.
I hate you. Okay.
This turned the moment from a small local tradition
Oh
into
my
a
gosh.
cultural phenomenon. And talking about cultural phenomenons,
I can't remember when
I'm
I
pretty sure you're
first
gonna
learned about
remember
the
this
shoey.
one. Lando Norris isn't just one
It
of
was
the most
quite a few
talented
years ago.
drivers on the grid. He's also a dog toy.
I think it was a travel show or something like that.
Hope his career aspirations work out better than his attempt to free himself from the dog's mouth. And sure, we talked about Pele earlier, but let's be honest, Lando is the real baller.
Oh gosh.
Seriously, you cannot hate the guy. He's got that rare talent for making
thought he was
fans
gonna
laugh
break a
while
window.
stealing hearts at the same time. One example, Hungary 2023. After dazzling us with overtakes like this,
Yet away, the two Brits go wheel to wheel. Verstappen has the lead, then it's Piastri, then it's Lando Norris.
or this.
The two McLarens wheel to wheel, and Norris's outlap absolutely outstanding.
He secured a hard-earned podium finish. At this point, you'd think the most difficult part of his day was over, but if you've followed Lando's career, you know he's a bit of a breaking streak in his past.
Oh, yikes.
So the moment arrived, and he celebrated in his usual style, slamming
no.
the champagne bottle onto the podium stand. A harmless tradition, huh? Not this time.
Oh no.
The impact from the slam made Verstappen's $40,000 porcelain trophy wobble and fall off the podium, breaking into countless pieces. The look on Lando's face says it all. Part oops, and part should I run now? Meanwhile, Max's reaction was calm, almost as if he expected it. In any case, Max eventually got a new trophy, but the moment became one of the funniest podium fails ever. However, let's not forget Lando's other talents, like his knack for turning team radios into the voice auditions. In 2019, when the FP3 was underway in Austin, Norris unexpectedly started singing.
And radio check, please. I'm moving up and down, side to side like a roller coaster.
And if you thought this was just a one-hit wonder, think again. He brought his musical talents back at Mugello.
And radio check.
It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday. What? It's Friday then. Saturday, Sunday. What? Yeah, it's okay.
Impressive. So
Yeah,
love
it's okay.
him or laugh at him. You can't deny Lando Norris has a charm and chaos combo that's
Roger
hard to
that.
beat, but not all drivers can say the same. Think about Mr. Strulovich, for example. Lance Stroll's career is a bit like pineapple on pizza.
Okay. All right. Pineapple on pizza. Yay or nay? Yay or nay? Yes, YinWar is last. Pineapple on pizza. Let's see it. Nay? All right. Let's do an official one here. There we go. Boom. Official. All right. Continue on.
And I know what you're thinking. Unlike Kimi, Daniel, or Lando, Mr. Strulovich is funny for entirely different reasons.
Oh, it's
Fast
got to be
forward to
so
Monaco
embarrassing.
2021.
And
You want
anger.
to know two things that
Lots
makes
of
this
anger.
track so unique on the calendar? Its local broadcasting and its lack of overtaking. On one side, you've got the Monaco TV crew in charge of the broadcast, and on the other, you've got one of the tightest circuits where overtakes are like unicorn sightings. With that said, enter Sebastian Vettel, fresh out the pits and driving straight into an intense wheel-to-wheel battle with Pierre Gasly. Right behind him, Lewis Hamilton was waiting for any chance to capitalize on the fight ahead. It was the kind of actions fans live for: fast, on the edge, and full of skill. The cameras should have been glued to this drama, but in a moment of truly inexplicable genius, the broadcast cut away to...
What has happened? We need to know who's going to come out in front as we see Lance Stroll hitting the barrier and going over the curb.
Hell nah, you gotta be joking.
How did that happen? How did that happen?
It wasn't Lance's fault, of course, but the absurdity of cutting to him during such a crucial moment turned this into an unforgettable memory. But while Monaco was full of random surprises, the real shit show came later that year in Sochi.
I really like when they do sporting events. They've done this recently where if they're showing like NASCAR, I think NASCAR is the one I've seen. They probably do this for F1 as well. If it's ever on TV, they just minimize the video of the race and they continue it. And the other side of the screen is the advertising. Super awesome. They should have been doing that years ago.
See, as the race was coming to an end,
Can't
the rain
not
got heavier,
show a sport
making it
that
harder
doesn't
for drivers
stop.
to stay
Like,
on
that's
track.
just
Teams
ridiculous.
scrambled to make the right calls, and that's when his engineer
Like obviously
asked
in
an important
basketball,
question.
football, there's timeouts and everything like that. There's stoppage of play. You can't stop showing a race. Like there's no timeout unless it's like, what is it, yellow flag or something like that when there's some issue on the track or something like that. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. In the F1, the direction isn't great. They should do it all the time.
Can you stay out on this condition? Can you stay out? Yes!
Within seconds, Lance not only lost control of his car,
By the way, it looks like the poll ended.
but also pushed Vettel.
Pineapple on pizza got nay. Nay. I gotta say, I don't mind it. The Hawaiian style pizza or whatever it's called, with the ham, onions, pineapple. It's not bad. It's odd. I'll say that. Pizza really isn't meant to be sweet. But I don't know. For some reason, it kind of works with my brain. And I recognize a lot of people do not like it. But for some reason, if every pizza place or chain place or whatever offers it, it's got to be popular somewhere. Like somewhere has to just love it enough where every chain pizza restaurant has it. What's up, Megan? Welcome in.
Vettel into the wall.
That's his teammate, Lance Stroll, just ahead of him. Whoa! And Stroll, wandering over to the left-hand side, puts his teammate into the wall.
And slid
Jeez.
straight into Pierre Gasly's Alpha Tauri.
Ooh.
And that might have been an earlier moment with Pierre Gasly.
Textbook comedy. The irony is that he'd shown flashes of brilliance before, like his heroic pole position in Turkey 2020.
Can he dislodge his teammate Sergio Perez from pole position? Stroll crosses the line, and he does go pole!
This race was a stark reminder that, for Mr. Strulovic, things can quickly swing the other way, which brings us to Brazil 2024. This time, the hilarity started before the race even began. As the cars made their way through the formation, lap it into Lagos, everything seemed normal until...
As he was making his run, he's just lost it under braking.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
What?
Stroll had already made himself the main character. Embarrassing? Absolutely. However, no harm done, right? He could still rejoin the track. It was just the formation lap. Plenty of time to recover
amount of
and turn
people that
things
were just
around.
like...
Do you think he did that? Think again.
You can reverse. You're going to have to come into the pit lane.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Stuck. Or something.
Okay, Lance, enter the pit lane when we come back.
For a fact, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen, not only in motorsport, but in my life. Like, spinning out in wet conditions, okay, it happens. But getting beached while trying to rejoin the track afterwards, that's beyond human comprehension. Somehow, through it all, Lance continues to be one of the most resilient drivers on the grid. Of course, thanks to Daddy's cat.
That is
but
so
you know who's
brutal.
also resilient? Like, actually in a good way. Lewis Hamilton may be a seven-time world champion and a motorsport
From bad to
icon.
worse.
Even he's had moments that feel like they're straight out of a sitcom. Consider what happened during the
We have not.
2014 Australian Grand
That is
Prix. As
2
Hamilton
videos
made his
away.
way to the paddock, you'd assume everyone would recognize
Got a
him.
One
Well,
Tree Hill
apparently,
video,
one
Dan
guard
and Phil,
completely missed
and
the
then we're
memo.
gonna end
What
it
happened
with
next?
YinWar.
Watch to believe it.
I'm a driver, dummy.
I couldn't stop laughing at the time, thinking, how bad have you got to be at your job to let that happen? Anyway, that's not the Brits' last random moment. Fast
He's just dressed like that. He's a fan. He's a mega fan.
forward to 2021 in Hungary, after a chaotic first lap under wet conditions.
Because it's lights out and away we go, and Hamilton does get away very well indeed. And there goes Lando Norris down the inside. Bottas has dropped 3 or 4 places, and there's Lando Norris.
Oh, jeez.
Each other goes Valtteri Bottas and Sergio Perez.
Yeah, pretty sure you remember that one. A red flag was waved, and by the time the race restarted, the track had dried. Every single driver decided to pit for slick tyres. Every single one, except Sir Lewis Hamilton. As the lights went out, his sight alone on the grid was surreal. It almost felt like a glitch.
Only the race leader is the only driver who's not come into the pit lane to change tyres.
Unfortunately, as entertaining as it was, the strategy didn't pan out. Hamilton pitted 1 lap later, rejoining the race at the back of the field.
Am I last? Yeah, I found this.
But with the odds stacked against him, Lewis did what Lewis does best.
Over, guys. Get on it for the rest of the race, alright?
As there goes Lewis Hamilton on Antonio Giovinazzi. He needs to clear a few cars to get near Max Verstappen. He get past Danny Ricciardo as well. That will be double bubble if you're Lewis Hamilton and Mercedes, and the undercut.
He took control, pulling off a brilliant recovery drive that saw him fight his way back to an astonishing 2nd place.
Lewis Hamilton from 14th comes back to finish on the podiums. Oh, très bien.
Conclusion? Don't mess with him. Who's the first driver that comes to mind when you think of Lewis?
That's
Maybe
impressive.
a certain Spaniard? Fernando Alonso's sense of humor is, to put it lightly, different gravy. From bizarre celebrations to top-tier TikToks. Well, now his iconic advice to leave a space.
Okay, he pushed me off the track. I think you have to leave a space. All the time you have to leave a space.
He has definitely delivered some of the best moments. But if you thought those were funny, just wait until we go back to the 2009 Hungarian GP. Well, the quali, to be more exact. As you probably know, in F1, precision is everything. During the final stages of the session,
would think
the
so,
timing
yeah.
screen suddenly went blank. And not just a little glitch.
Obviously in the
blank
engineering
like
and the
your school
driving.
maths tests. With no way to see their lap times, drivers were completely clueless about their results. Confusion took over, and then questions started flying.
I don't know, mate. Which time did it? 22.5. 21.5. 22.5. Me 21.5. But I don't know which position I am.
Finally, after Alonso was told he got pole, he just shrugged and smiled, like, okay, I'll take it.
Pole position for Fernando Alonso.
Everyone was so lost. That's so funny.
It's one of those moments that fans remember because how strange it was. As strange as this commercial.
Hey dude, I feel so confident speaking like an American. Me too. Can't wait to eat a hot dog.
I'm totally psyched, American bro. Woo!
Alright, maybe not as strange as that.
Oh my
All I can say is,
gosh.
thank goodness we have more places in America to enjoy great races, like Brazil, for example. In
Yeah,
2015, during
absolutely.
qualifying, Fernando's car broke down early on, but instead of getting angry, he grabbed a deck chair, sat by the track, and relaxed, like he was sunbathing. It perfectly captured Alonso's ability to find humour even in tough situations. Even McLaren CEO Ron Dennis said, "Subscribe to make me happy." Ha, just kidding. Nevertheless, the goal was to never repeat that moment again. I mean, the team hoped that the moment would never happen again, but the next year during FP2, his car gave up again. And you know, most drivers would have just gone back to the garage, annoyed. But not this guy.
Is that one of the cameraman? He's got
He's got one of the camera guys down there.
The result? Well, let's just say it wasn't exactly Hollywood quality.
He's rubbish. What's he doing?
Yeah, better stick to driving, my man. But hey, if you can't find Checo,
Oh,
I sure
no.
can. At the end of the day, he's the ultimate prankster.
You can drive a car, just can't drive a camera.
Bruh.
Over the years, Sergio has proven he's not just a skilled racer, but
It's,
also
Bruce
a natural
Buffer, the
entertainer. Whether it's through his
UFC
off-track
announcer.
antics, or leaving behind iconic memes.
I say what?
Checo has surely created great moments. Take his legendary team radio during the 2011 Japanese GP as an example. Starting from a tough 17th position, Perez worked his way up with smart tyre management and a flawless two-stop strategy, eventually landing in a strong 8th place. It was an impressive drive for a rookie, but the Mexican decided to add a little comedy into the mix. By the final stages, he was trying to hold that position when he suddenly radioed his team.
I look forward, I look forward. Look forward, look forward, look forward.
Go to the finish line, keep pushing. Go to the line, keep pushing. Go to the line.
Oh boy, that's a phrase that can send shockwaves through any garage, instantly raising alarms. However, before Sauber could panic, he quickly followed up with,
I want to jump you.
the radio
Oh,
burst into
jeez.
laughter, with his engineer replying,
Actually, I made a mistake. Kamui is 4.
Why?
So I got you as well, Checo. Okay.
absolute savage.
Mm.
Years later, that same cheeky charm was on display during the unique Red Bull Challenge in the forest, where drivers had to navigate their way through a balloon popping course. Pierre Gasly and Yuki Tsunoda, struggling with their car, became the first to hit trouble when their vehicle got stuck. A swarm of support crew members rushed in to help. As Checo and Max approached the scene, the Mexican driver immediately spotted an opportunity for mischief.
You have to. No, we don't have to, but we can.
And it doesn't stop there. Red Bull's challenges have delivered some of the best Checo comedy we've seen. From the tortilla slap challenge to the popping balloons challenge, and who can forget the duck one? By the way, speaking of animals, have you noticed how many have made a surprise appearance over the years? Throughout
grief.
history, we've seen plenty of
Oh,
animals
no.
unexpectedly crash the party.
Oh,
Dogs
no.
sprinting onto the track as if they're chasing an invisible stick.
Ja, vi så jo en sånn hund, ikke en samme type.
Birds that couldn't care less about what's happening
Oh,
beneath them.
no. God.
And of course, deer. Tell him, JP.
Oh dear.
Mate, you name it, we've seen it. But no animal, and I mean no animal, has ever come close to the cultural impact of the donkey. See, the 2004 season wasn't kind to Jaguar. The team was
Oh my
struggling to stay
gosh.
competitive, with many even believing that there was a curse after Christian Klien's crash in Monaco that year.
For some reason, and then he toboggans down on it. It's wedged underneath his right front wheel.
Where a $300,000 diamond, yes, a real diamond, mysteriously vanished from his car. By the way, if you want that story, let me know in the comments. It's a wild one. But let's get back to what really matters. In the middle of all this chaos, the team decided they needed something to lift their spirits. Their solution? An unlikely mascot. More specifically, an inflatable donkey inspired by the Shrek character.
Hey, I'm the new mascot, so let's really try and.
And here's the best part.
Donkey.
This donkey wasn't just for decoration. It got involved. As a driver? Why
my
not? As an
gosh.
engineer? Plotting strategies for the team. Whatever the role, the donkey was ready for it. But it didn't stop there. It became a grid celebrity, showing up at pre-race events and standing with the team like it belonged there. Sounds crazy, right? But here's the thing. F1, as in life, isn't just about speed and winning trophies. It's also about those funny, weird, and unforgettable moments that make the sport so special. For Jaguar, However, in one of their hardest seasons, the inflatable donkey stole the show, proving there's always room for a little joy, even in racing. So what did you think of the video? Drop a comment and let me know your favourite part and what made you laugh the most. And for those of you wondering, no, I don't think Daniel Ricciardo's space hopper incident was intentional, but with his sense of humour, who can tell? At the end of the day, it all comes down to being happy, not constantly stressed, focused, or angry all the time. Speaking of which, if you want some heated moments, check out this video.
Fair.
As always, thank you for watching and see you in the next one.
That's very fair. Link down below in the YouTube description for the original video. Throw out some love as well. Wow. I've seen the Daniel booping, I guess we could say. With the inflatable freaking ball. Oh my gosh, that never is not hilarious. We throw that link down below for those of you watching live. Pull up some information. Go over it real quick. Rookie Antonelli, which we learned about a little bit last time. There was a Formula One video. 18 years old, is the youngest to take F1 pole. It was May 2nd, a couple days ago. Venue was in Miami. The 18-year-old beat McLaren's Oscar Piastri, championship leader, by 0.045 seconds. That is so close. That is a photo finish, I guess you could say. Second, McLaren of Lando Norris was third, ahead of Red Bull's Max Verstappen by just 0.55 seconds behind his teammate. Antonelli's teammate, George Russell, was fifth fastest, 0.3 seconds slower than the Italian rookie. It was an outstanding performance from Antonelli. The first time he's beaten Russell in qualifying this season, and the first time he has shown a glimpse of the huge potential Mercedes believed they saw in him when they chose him to replace Lewis Hamilton for this year. Boy, those are big shoes to fill. Huge. Antonelli has taken a steady approach to the start of his career before this weekend, keen not to make a big mistake that could hurt his weekend. But at the Hard Rock Stadium, he looked sure-footed and accomplished from the start of practice and carried that form into qualifying. Quote, I am over the moon. I did not expect it. I was feeling good in the car. I was able to improve lap by lap and find that consistency and that gap came all together. Super happy with that. We will enjoy this moment, but I want to focus on tomorrow because I really want to try to repeat myself. Antonelli embraced his father, Marco, in the Mercedes garage as the team celebrated this achievement wildly. Really nice, and also to find him in the garage after qualifying, Antonelli added. I'm super happy to share this moment with him. It's important to me. He's like a rock. I can always rely on him. I would like to share it with my mom and sister as well, but hopefully next time. That's awesome. That is very cool. Antonelli's previous highest grid position was 5th. Wow. Piastri is 10 points ahead of Norris in the championship heading into this past weekend. That he believed a lockup at the last corner of his final lap had cost him pole. Norris, who crashed in qualifying at the last race in Saudi Arabia, said, close qualifying, it felt good. Happy to just get a good lap in there. Today's performance was in a good ballpark, not good enough, but shows how close it is and how quick the Mercedes are. Close enough that we can still aim for a pole tomorrow. Antonelli's impressive 0.3 second margin over Russell came despite the Briton joining Verstappen in being the only driver to use 2 sets of tires over 2 runs in the final session. Everyone else waited in the pits while they went out and just did 1 lap. The idea behind the strategy, which is tight in terms of planning because of the fast turnaround needed in the pits after the first lap, is to allow the driver to record a banker lap and they'll go all out on the second. Interesting. But it worked for neither. Russell did not improve on his second lap, and while Verstappen did, he was 0.255 seconds slower than Antonelli and 0.21 seconds off Piastri. Verstappen, who arrived in Miami late following the birth of his first child, said, what we did in Q3 was good. Tires are holding on quite well, but from P1 struggling with a lot of understeer in the car and with a lot of low-speed corners, you lose quite a bit of lap time. Lack of pace came despite a new floor this weekend as the team seeks to improve performance. Boy, they're always engineering, aren't they? Like a lot. He had really good qualifying sessions in Miami, but bad races. It was unlucky. Dang. That's too bad. That is too bad. Russell said, massive congrats to Kimi. He did an amazing job. He's been really quick all day. Very impressive. Quote, I've been struggling a little bit, not that comfortable, and we wanted to go early because I didn't have that confidence. P5 is not great, but amazing result for Kimi and the team. Hamilton, who won the first sprint of the season in China from pole position, was 7th fastest, 1 place behind teammate Charles Leclerc. It was an improvement for Hamilton after a dire past 3 races, but was still 0.2 seconds off his teammate. Neither Ferrari driver was happy. Quote, it was a better session, Hamilton said, but we are just lacking speed. Keep working on it. Go. Cadillac's F1 launch, everything you need to know. May 4th, literally yesterday. Cadillac's Formula One team held its first launch at the Miami Grand Prix, where a large contingent from GM-backed entry is in attendance. The presence of F1's new 11th team in Miami is significant in scale, but also symbolically. There is a substantial contingent from the team's TWG Motorsport and General Motors ownership camps at this race, which marks the first time since the entry was granted that senior figures all were together. Boy, I had no idea GM or Cadillac was even remotely interested. This includes GM President Mark Roos, I think, TWG boss Dan, team principal Graham Loudon, and engine project leader Russ O'Blenes. And the race understands there was a meeting between the stakeholders during the weekend. Cadillac's work overall is being conducted in multiple locations with 2 U.S. bases for Cadillac and the GM-backed engine program, and a Silverstone facility for design work and a European hub during the season. Entry was only... That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Shorter to allow the races. Entry was only approved in March after an extremely long process, which held up various key developments and meant it could not advertise for jobs or market itself as an F1 team. That's why a launch event was held in Miami on Saturday to introduce the entry and its team identity, begin a process of building its profile ahead of 26. The race to 2026 begins. Join the journey. Yeah, they definitely need people. You definitely need people. So far, this has been limited in terms of a promotional video and a team logo that unsurprisingly incorporates Cadillac's established branding with bold, relentless, and innovative, the buzzwords attached to the project. Go ahead. Can we pull this up? Very futuristic. Okay, obviously it's all branding. They have nothing to show yet. But FIA President Mohammed attended briefly while Taurus and Roos addressed the audience at a party intended to convey the look and feel of an entry that wants to start imposing itself. One, we got to start winning. That's the only way to gain support and, well, respect, honestly. If you're not winning, you're not gaining respect. That's the fact. As expected, there was no major announcement attached to the event, although fans of Sergio Perez, who's in talks over a Cadillac seat, were outside the venue to support his bid. Valtteri Bottas, Zhu, Mick, Holton, and Jack are all understood to have been in the frame during discussions so far, although Loudon told the race that driver talks were not in a critical stage. More important is for ownership to get it together. One of the key purposes, it introduced the brand, which obviously that video did. The team itself and its identity, basically in a very respectful way, saying to everyone, here we are, we're here. Hopefully you're going to see a lot more of this, and we're going to have a bigger and bigger presence as time goes on. In Miami, Oscar won again. It was his third in a row. He's also the first McLaren driver to do so since McLaren, since 97? Good grief. And now has won 4 of 6 races this year. That's very impressive. Off to a blazing start. As we said, does it help or hinder if you can't say you're a Formula One team? Well, now we can. And so this is us doing it. Here we are. Project bosses consider the Miami event as a seminal moment in the formation of the team. Emotional evening. Let's see here. In 2029, when Cadillac uses a GM-built engine after an initial period as a Ferrari. Okay. So they're going to have Ferrari engines for a while, a couple years. Till 2029, when they'll have their own engines in the car, or in the vehicle. That makes sense. You're going to need, some time to engineer and put it together and all that stuff. Can't just throw a Cadillac V6 or V12, I guess, in it and be like, all right, we're good. No secret, it was a long journey. It was a journey of many no's. Yeah, I'm not surprised. When we said we wanted to build a Formula One team, we were told it's too hard. It's too ambitious. It'll take too long to do it. Also, something he's definitely forgetting to put in there. Too expensive, probably. I'm assuming there was a lot of no's from accountants in there as well. Like, wait, what? You want to do what? You know how much money it's going to take to make that engine? A ton. A ton. Lots of R&D. But every no sharpened our focus, sharpened the vision of this organization. And so every time we ran into an obstacle, we would just find a new way, a new path around. Every choice was better than the one before. My question is, why did they choose to go with Cadillac, which is not known as a speed-induced brand? First thing you think of when you think of Cadillac, Escalade. Escalade is not exactly a fast vehicle. So it's kind of interesting that they chose to go with Cadillac. You think they would go with, I don't know, Chevy? Something like that. I guess they can't because it's part of NASCAR. Maybe they don't want that crossover or something. But you think of Chevy. You think of the Corvette. What if they just called it Corvette? I don't know. Yeah, Cadillac is not a brand I think of when I think of speed, precision, and whatever. Kind of an odd choice. Yeah, that's weird. That's really weird. I guess they went with Cadillac because it's their most expensive brand. And Formula One is known as like an expensive brand race. Ferrari, McLaren, etc. Mercedes. It's a joke. Doohan's fury with Alpine explained. Jack Doohan was furious with his Alpine team for his elimination from the first part of sprint qualifying at the Miami Grand Prix, calling it a joke. Doohan, who's still looking for his first points of his rookie F1 season, found himself stranded against the pit wall and had to be pushed back into his line by his Alpine mechanics after being released from the garage for his run. He was released side by side with teammate and felt he didn't have enough room to rotate his car into the pit lane without clipping the pit wall. How was this an issue? What happened? The time wasted proved costly, falling back further into the pit lane queue and then not reaching the checkered flag in time to start his final flying lap by pushing harder than normal on his outlap. Oh my God. Quote, that's not acceptable. After being eliminated in 17th place, if you're going to send him before me, you have to make sure he's ready. I can't turn enough because he's going to run into me. Then you guys put me out of Q1. That's a joke. Ooh, not holding back. against his own team. You know what? Sometimes you gotta let him know, right? Doohan was visibly furious when he exited his car, and the frustration didn't dull by the time he faced the media. Oh boy. No, he wanted to put him on blast. It all comes down to the last flying lap. Feeling was good, but ended up getting blocked on my way out of pit lane, which was a total mess up, especially because it was from the other car. Then I was never going to make the final time lap, and that's why they make the length of the quali that long. You do 2 laps and improve quite a lot on the second one. Ended up being the last car out of there and didn't get a chance to do a second time lap. Doohan said his first lap was really messy, so he felt there was a lot more time in the car for the second lap. I guess we'll never know. Dang. That's brutal. There's rumors he's being dropped, so no surprise he's upset. Oh, boy. Ooh, boy. That's not good. Yeah, that's going to add to it for sure. Ooh, that's brutal. Knowing that your head is on the chopping block, basically. Probably hearing it, rumor from people. Maybe he was told directly. Who knows? But having that information in the back of your head and then something like that happens, you're going to be fuming. Because you want it to be you. You want it to be your mess up or mishap or whatever. Maybe you just weren't good enough. You want it to be you, right? You want to be eliminated or kicked out of a job because of somebody else. It existed before the season started. People were awful to him. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's brutal. That is absolutely brutal. And to have that would just, yeah, I'm not surprised he was furious. I would be too. I'm completely understanding of that. If I knew I was going to be kicked off if I don't perform, especially that's like this season, like, ooh. Norris wins chaotic Miami sprint from Piastri and Hamilton after late safety car and multiple incidents. Boy. Lando Norris emerged as the winner in a dramatic sprint at the Miami Grand Prix, the Briton making a perfectly timed pit stop during the late safety car period to hold the lead to the end ahead of McLaren teammate Oscar. Heavy rain had fallen. That's not surprising. You've been to Florida at all? It's not surprising. We are entering in the rainy season or the stormy season. Prior to the event getting underway, with the conditions catching out Charles Leclerc, who crashed en route to the grid. Ooh. Putting him out of the running before the sprint had started. That is brutal. I would be so embarrassed. Oh, gosh. With visibility proving challenging when the formation lap began, the red flags were subsequently thrown. When the sprint eventually got underway and improved conditions, pole sitter Kimi, and you know it's humid too. Oh, it's brutally humid. Kimi Antonelli lost out at the start to Piastri, the McLaren man holding the inside line at turn 1 to move ahead, while Antonelli suffered a wide moment and slipped down to 4th. Oof. While Piastri held a steady line for several laps, steady lead, amid various drivers pitting for slick tires and the changing conditions. Chaotic sequence of events later, seeding saw Norris become the new leader after Piastri pitted, position the Briton held on to as he made his own stop just as the safety car was called following a crash for Fernando Alonso. With Norris leading home, Piastri for McLaren 1-2. Lewis Hamilton took 3rd place after pitting early in a solid strategy, all from Ferrari. While Williams's Alex Albon was initially 4th ahead of Mercedes' George Russell. Aston Martin's Lance Stroll, Racing Bull's Liam Lawson, and Haas' Ollie Behrman in the rest of the points-paying positions. However, following the sprint, it was confirmed that Albon, Lawson, and Behrman had all dropped out of the points. Wow. The tie racer handed a 5-second time penalty for not staying above the minimum time behind the safety car, while Lawson received the same punishment for causing a collision with Alonso. That is crazy. That's kind of cool. How you never quite know how it shakes out, with the penalties and whatnot. Behrman was also hit with a 5-second penalty for an unsafe release from the pits. With those changes promoting Russell to 4th, Stroll to 5th, Yuki Tsunoda, Antonelli, and Pierre Gasly moved up to 6th, 7th, and 8th, respectively. Dang. Unsafe release from the pits. I'm assuming that's because he went too fast, maybe, or almost hit somebody. I have no idea. The sprint results: Lando 1st, Oscar 2nd, Lewis Hamilton 3rd, Mercedes. Not a lot of points for winning. Kind of interesting. And not many point differences. Look at that. Just 1 point. Boy, there's a crash in the pit. Oh. That's crazy. The crash in the pit is impressive. Sprints have less points. Oh, okay. Following just one practice session on Friday, sprint qualifying took place later in the day to decide the grid for the 10-kilometer dash, which points would be awarded to the top 8 finishers for a maximum of 8. Player 1. Player 1. Down to player 8. Pole 1 to pole 8. Position 1 to position 8. Closing moments of SQ3 provided a thrilling sequence of events. Antonelli put together a stunning lap to claim his maiden pole position. 18-year-old becoming the youngest ever. That's so cool. That's really neat. I think the crazy part is you don't know whether or not that kid, literally a kid, will live up to all the hype, the potential, all that stuff. But there is a lot of pressure on him to do that. Some people really absorb it well and are able to perform and continue about their journey, and some people just can't. And it gets to them and it eats them up alive.
It does seem to be a lot of standing water. He's in the wall. He's in the wall. We said it was wet out.
Yeah, it's definitely wet. Good grief. Look at that. The amount of moisture coming off that. Holy crap. Wow. It's drying very quickly. Piastri reported. First corner incident with Antonelli was noted by race control. It was then deemed no investigation was necessary. So it looks like there's a team of people that kind of watch and, come up with if an investigation's necessary. They need to look into the footage more. Almost like a live, basically like football, like a live review team. Back on track, Sanz suffered a sudden puncture, forcing him to return to pits to retire. Been there. I just had to change the tire. Been there. No. He quote, "My luck in Miami seems pretty good at the minute, so I'm happy," said Norris. Pace was still very good. It's always just difficult, these races. You never know when to box. You box early, it paid off for Lewis and had a good strategy, or do you stay out later and maybe get the safety car? It worked 2 years in a row. I probably prefer if this happened tomorrow rather than today, but I'll take it. I'm happy, a good job by the team, so it was fun. Following the sprint, the drivers will next hit the track during qualifying for the Grand Prix later on Saturday. Session, blah, blah, blah. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Boy, doing an F1 race normally would be absolutely brutal. It would be absolutely brutal. Just looking at it from outside perspective, it would be very tough. Add rain to that, and I don't know. I don't even think I would make it past one turn trying to hit the gas, hit the brake, full throttle, and not just be out there slowly driving. Trying to actually go for it. I'd probably spin out that first turn. Just suffer. All right, so Monaco's coming up end of May. That is such a stunning race. I've seen maybe like 2 seconds of it on TV in the past. I love it due to the fact that it's through a city, which is cool. Very cool. And you get to see the yachts and all that money and wealth and all that stuff. When I think of Formula One, I think of Monaco. Money, wealth, expensive tickets. I just looked at tickets. Boy, it is crazy. Yeah, I just looked at tickets in a grandstand, and it was way up, like maybe the top row, and I think it was about $1,000 for 2 tickets, $1,000 US. Which is, compare that to football or basketball or, a concert. That is a lot of freaking money. That is so much money. Now, that's kind of where Formula One gets that reputation of being elite, if you will. Very elite. Like even the nosebleeds in some barely turn, not even a straightaway, like just kind of the connector part, is still $500 a ticket. Pretty crazy. But it does include, those tickets do include a Garth Brooks concert. That's pretty cool. So factor that in. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's hop into the next one. It is top 10 cutest One Tree Hill couples. Boy, we are switching gears. Shifting gears, if you will. To back to One Tree Hill. Go ahead and bring that up and go. Just a reminder, these are all member requested.
There sure is a lot of romance in this North Carolina town. Welcome to Ms. Mojo, and today we'll be counting down our picks for the top 10 One Tree Hill couples. Before we begin, we publish new content every day, so be sure to subscribe to our channel and
go ahead
ring
and
the bell
argue
to get
about these in the
notified about our latest
comments.
videos.
We'll see how well
For
they
this
do.
list, we'll be focusing
compared
on
to
the
you.
most memorable, dramatic, and life-changing couples for the Tree Hill gang. Number 10, Brooke and Chase.
I'm sorry I lied, Chase. It's just you're a clean teen, and you're hot, and...
Talk about opposites attracting. When these two met, Chase was a clean teen, and Brooke was, well, a little friendly. Brooke's other serious high school boyfriend besides Lucas, Chase was certainly important to her development as a character.
I didn't think guys like you actually existed. Sweet and...
Wait a minute. That looks like Steven from Laguna Beach. Does it not? Is that the same person? What the heck am I seeing right now?
sincere and hot. You're like a unicorn.
They both found each other wounded from broken hearts, and together they helped each other mend. They opened up each other's eyes as to who they really were.
Holy crap,
and
it
who
is.
they could be.
Why not?
Because it's gonna suck when we're apart.
Yeah. But it's gonna be great when we're not.
They grew up and eventually grew apart,
Oh,
but in
my
adulthood, they
gosh.
always looked back on their relationship fondly and cherished their friendship, making it a good relationship from beginning to end. Number 9, Jamie and Madison.
Oh, cool! Our shoelaces. Madison would love these.
Ah, young love. Is there anything more precious? Jamie is super cute with his first girlfriend, Madison. Didn't you just melt when they knew exactly the perfect gifts to give each other for Valentine's Day?
Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
The pair of pink heart shoelaces they share is certain to make you audibly awe, especially when Jamie chooses to wear them even though his friends laugh at him. These two are sweet enough to give you cavities. The first love between these two best friends reminds us all of our first crushes in the best way possible.
Wanna go play skee-ball? Okay.
Number 8, Mouth and Millie.
Mouth, Millie, Mouth.
Kid Smooth, I gotta say it. Arcade is a great date. A great date.
Mouth.
You can talk,
Fall
you
in
can
love,
have
get married,
fun.
invite me to the wedding, and sit me next to a really hot guy.
In his high school years, Mouth was the
That being
lovable
said, don't take
loser. He had
anybody
a handful of
competitive
love
to the
interests,
arcade.
But mostly, he was everyone's little brother
That
or
might get
best
sticky.
friend. After years of heartbreak, fans were desperate to see Mouth find true love, and he found it with Millie.
Thank you so much, Millie.
Isn't that the kid from Boy
You're
Meets
so
World?
patient and loving. Gave me something I didn't even know I needed.
Brooke's shy assistant was his perfect match, and a brilliant new addition to the Tree Hill crew.
I'm so happy you're happy.
It can be hard for a new character to join an already well-established cast, but Millie fit right in, filling a void we didn't even realize existed. They made an adorable talk show team and continued to support each other even when their careers started taking them down different paths.
As much as I'll miss spending my days with you, I love spending my nights with you.
Number 7, Lucas and Brooke. Even though they weren't destined to end up together, Lucas and Brooke were one of the most important couples on the show.
The difference is I love you, Brooke.
That is a classic scene. I have never seen this scene in context, but I have seen that image so many times.
The first time around might
Maybe
have
it's
been a
because of
complete
Lucas,
disaster.
but
Who could forget Lucas cheating on Brooke with Peyton? But their second chance looked promising.
Rainy
It might have been
makeout.
messy during their whole casual phase, but once they made it official, they were both all in and fans rejoiced. Sure, they had drama, but they made each other better and turned each other into the compassionate characters we love.
I wanted you to fight for me. I wanted you to say there is no one else that you could ever be with and that you'd rather be alone than without me.
They had good times, made mistakes, forced each other to grow as people, and shared a real love that ultimately resulted in a beautiful friendship.
But if they don't feel that way, it's better if they don't fight. Let's be real. It's better if they don't fight for you. Unless they actually mean it.
Davis is gonna change the world someday, and I'm not sure she even knows it.
Number 6, Peyton and Jake. They didn't get to live happily ever after, but Jake definitely goes down in history as one of Peyton's greatest loves.
I'm so happy to be with you right now. I mean, I could barely think straight most of the week.
They started out as friends and took the time to really get to know each other before taking it in a romantic direction, which only deepened the intensity and layers of their relationship. They made a beautiful pseudo-family as Peyton helped Jake take care of his daughter Jenny, and it was truly tragic when Jake had to leave.
I'll be back in a few hours, okay, Angel? You be good.
Honestly, these two could have easily been each other's endgame if fate, life, and exes didn't keep getting in the way.
You're too amazing to carry this around. You're too full of greatness. And I love you too much.
Number 5, Clay and Quinn. These characters didn't appear until later in the series, but when this show that largely revolves around its relationships lost one of its main couples with the departure of Lucas and Peyton, some new blooming love was a refreshing addition.
But I'm tired of being afraid.
Though they have some pretty extreme storylines, they are also one of the most realistic couples on the show.
There's so many reasons that I shouldn't have done that. But I've wanted to for so long.
Me too. Unlike most of the other couples who have these deep connections from high school, it was interesting to see them meet as adults and have an adult relationship. Of course, with both of them having baggage from past loves, they delivered all the juicy drama that we love from Tree Hill couples.
I want to be your agent, Nate, but
not fun to go through, though.
You need to know that I plan on falling completely and insanely in love with Quinn.
Number 4, Karen and Keith.
I can agree with
Karen
that.
and Keith were hashtag
Just
relationship
based off of
goals
what
for
I've
the
seen.
younger characters. Even before they were officially together, they were basically the only representation of a relatively functional adult relationship for the teens.
Single guy.
Take it easy, Jace. Thanks for the links,
Lots
as
of
always.
Nothing's gonna happen.
We'll see about that.
And with their wise advice and big hearts, the two pretty much parented the whole lot of them together. Their relationship was like a fantasy.
I love you, Keith.
They loved each other since they were teenagers. They were best friends their entire lives. Keith helped raise Lucas, and though it took them a while to get there, they finally truly found each other as adults.
I didn't raise Lucas alone. I had Keith.
Unfortunately, their life together
Yeah,
was
Dan.
tragically cut
Yeah,
short,
Dan.
but it was definitely worth the journey. Number 3, Brooke and Julian.
I love you.
Brooke and Julian are the ultimate power couple. Though she first denied her feelings for him, he made his intentions perfectly clear and waited until she was ready for him, proving himself to be everything she's been looking for since she was a teenager.
You told me that someday I'd be ready to let someone in. I think today might be someday.
They both already had high-powered careers before they met, but they never compromised their dreams for their relationship, and they never compromised
It's got to be
their
so
relationship
awkward
for their
filming
dreams.
those scenes where they
When I
just
look
slow
into your
zoom
eyes,
into your face.
I see the rest of my life.
They were always supportive of each other's professional and personal goals. Together, nothing
Dang,
could
look at
stop
that
them.
rock.
They even made the impossible come true. Brooke was told she could never have a baby, so they had two.
Congratulations. Carrying twins.
Talk about diving into parenthood.
Number 2, Peyton and Lucas.
It's you, Peyton.
There you go.
Lucas Scott once said, Peyton Sawyer will become Peyton
Naily
Scott.
fans are
From
loving
the moment
this.
they first met by the lake, they were set on a long, winding path to reach each other.
So why'd you just tell me all that? I mean, we don't even know each other.
Maybe that's the point.
As one of the main couples on the show, we got the privilege to see them develop from the very beginning. Like any relationship, they certainly had their ups and downs.
No, don't marry her, Luke!
They ran from their intense feelings for each other. They found love with other people, but some part of them always knew they were destined to be together. Like Haley said when she finally married them, these two are a dream come true.
Peyton Sawyer will become Peyton Scott. That was the dream, and here we are, 10 years later, and we all get to witness today a dream come true.
Before we reveal our top pick, here are a few honorable mentions.
Probably should have kissed you, huh?
That's crazy. I cannot believe Steven from Laguna Beach was in the show. What? Shocked. Kind of makes sense.
Touch the skills.
Basically all actors.
Number 1, Nathan and Haley.
We got married last night.
There you go.
Who else?
There you go. Who
Classic
else?
Good girl, bad boy relationship. These two are basically the dream couple. High school marriages don't
Cliche.
have the best statistics, but did you ever really doubt that Nathan and Haley could beat the odds?
I love you, Haley.
To be fair, he did have
They
quite
are
a
the
turnaround.
personification of one of the show's main themes: two conflicting social worlds colliding. It wasn't always
That being said, that sets a very bad precedent. Where you immediately assume, oh, the bad guy can turn out like bad boy can turn out like Nathan. Yeah, no. Probably not.
always easy, but their love consistently
He'll
conquered
get better.
any
I can change
obstacles.
him.
And not in
I
a
can
fairy
change
tale
him.
type of way, where love is some unconquerable power. They worked on their relationship, always tried to bring out the best in each other, and grew together. Naily, always and forever.
Thank you for believing in me, Haley.
Definitely more of a realist. Take people how they are, not how you think
You
they
agree
could
with our
be.
picks? Check out these other great clips from Ms. Mojo and subscribe for new videos every
TV couples we're obsessed with. Dean and Cass. Let me go ahead and throw that some love. Link down below in the YouTube description for the original video. Go throw it some love as well. If you're a Naily fan, you enjoyed that countdown. Throw it in the Twitch chat as well for those of you watching live. Go ahead and pull up some more information on One Tree Hill. Sophia Bush explains why she agreed to One Tree Hill revival after it was a hard no, and praises amazing female leadership team. There's only one Tree Hill, but luckily for fans, Sophia Bush and pals are giving the show a second life. Drama Queen's podcast co-host told Deadline she's pumped about the upcoming revival. It was definitely guaranteed, which originally ran for 9 seasons. After he reported in August that a sequel series was in the works at Netflix. We've been asked about bringing the show back for so long, and I think for so many years, all of us said that would be a hard no. And really, the podcast has given all of us this sort of opportunity to have a homecoming and to get to analyze What was so special about it in the first place that has made that more of a possibility? You know what's interesting? It was probably a hard no until they started the podcast and they started to realize, we already had something here. You know, there's some loose ends, there's some further storylines we can go for. It's also really exciting to be at this stage in our lives where everyone gets to bring what they love to do to the table. Which explained she's really excited to work on such an amazing female leadership team. She continued, some of us have become TV producers, some of us have become authors, some of us are music producers, and everyone's getting to bring their particular executive skill to the table now in ways that we didn't get to do when we were in our mid-20s. We're pumped about that. Which, Ed, I think it's always a bummer when something leaks before it's official because we're not across the finish line with it yet, but I have loved the whole process. Sequel's said to take place 20 years after the original, following best friends Brooke, Peyton, who are now parents to teens and facing challenges not unfamiliar to what they tackled in the original series like love, insecurities, and grief. Project hails from executive producer and writer Becky Edwards and Warner Brothers TV. Danielle Eccles and husband Jensen Eccles are executive producing the project through their Chaos Machine banner, with the former in talks to return as Rachel. Emily Moss Wilson is a producer. Very interesting. Boy. Now they're doing executive producing. Jensen's got the brewery, if I'm not mistaken. Called like Brothers Bond or something, I think. Pretty awesome. Let's see here. We used to be friends, 0304. Welcome to One Tree Hill. After a season with no new live action teen shows, the 0304 television came back with a bang. Two of the biggest shows in the 2000s started on Fox and the WB, with the OC, classic, and One Tree Hill, respectively. One of them was bigger than the other, but they both maintain or remain in our cultural consciousness for multiple reasons today, and really set the new tone for the next generation of shows, in part because there's specific plotting and casting, but also because of the creative forces behind them. Airing second in late September, One Tree Hill has less of an ultimate legacy, but that's not to say it isn't a legendary series created by alleged serial... Oh boy, how do I address this? Unwanted intimate attention. Mark Schwann. One Tree Hill is a show about two young men who realize they're half brothers when they end up on the same high school basketball team. The inciting incident is convoluted in the perfect kind of teen way, where Lucas joins the basketball team at their high school and Nathan challenges him to a one-on-one game where the loser has to leave the team. Lucas wins, but ultimately makes Nathan stay on the team out of spite. Thus, their rivalry is cemented. The series is properly set in motion. Originally conceived as a feature film. Really? That's interesting. It was eventually turned into a series, one that ended up lasting for 9 seasons. The creator was a high school basketball player and really conceived the show as being very basketball-centric. Feels a bit similar, at least to me, to Kevin Williamson giving Dawson his film obsession, which really becomes the lens for which that character views the world himself and his relationships. Basketball is the center of both Lucas and Nathan's lives. Them coming to it separately, but having different relationships to the sport, relates them as half-brothers, but also makes it clear that they were raised differently. Well, yeah, I would say they were raised quite differently. One Tree Hill is often named as one of the greatest teen shows of all time, though the first season received mixed reviews when it was airing. It was even compared to Dawson's Creek, which has just ended after 6 seasons. Quote, where Dawson's was about relationships, especially between boys and girls, One Tree Hill tries to be about masculinity, especially as negotiated through sports. I guess. I mean, there's a difference because, yeah, basketball's involved, I guess, as opposed to Dawson's Creek, which was literally just about relationships and living life as a teen. But I don't think it was as basketball-centric as they tried to make it, or people were taking it. knowing they would end up being labeled as a show for girls in spite of this, which was very accurate. It's widely considered, like a lot of straightforward teen dramas, to be a show for teen girls. Boys would watch it, sure, but they weren't gushing over it. It wasn't Smallville. Well, yeah. I mean, Smallville, at the heart of it, is Clark Kent and Superman. That makes sense. But still the same. I mean, it was still had some relationships in it, of course, and I think it was available to everybody. Smallville, at least. And watching a couple episodes or reacting to a couple episodes of One Tree Hill, I used to think it wasn't truly made for me, or I didn't find any interest in it. But looking back on it, or actually literally watching it, made me realize I was kind of off. I was off base on that quite a bit. Like, it's very good. It has its funny moments. It has its serious moments. I really, look forward to reacting to One Tree Hill at this point. Whereas if I was, in high school, I pretty much just avoided it. Dawson's Creek, I caught a rare episode every once in a while, but it just, at that point, who cares about relationships? I want to watch sports. I want to watch, House MD. I want to watch Smallville. So I was getting a dose of relationships, but not much. Not much. It's interesting to note that because there was so many teen shows on at the time, which is weird because I love The OC, which was a heavy relationship show. So, I don't know. I don't know. I guess it was just preference. But just ending like Dawson's Creek, there was a lot of debate among critics which shows were actually like each other and which ones were just within the same subgenre. Was One Tree Hill actually like The OC, or was it simply a Dawson's Creek knockoff? I can't remember much about Dawson's Creek plot. But as far as The OC, yeah, kind of. I mean, there was some pretty serious topics in both. Someone definitely died in both. So at least they do share some qualities. It had a lot of elements that made it successful and recognizable, especially within teen dramas. There were love triangles. Yep, very cool bands of the era. Theme song that I look forward to. Didn't even mention the girls in the series who were all cool in different ways and all filled out different roles in the tradition of teen dramas. Lori Burton as Peyton Sawyer is very much your indie rock girly. Your mileage may vary on how well that works for you. Yeah. Honestly, I think she pulled it off. Haley is Lucas's best friend who ended up dating Nathan. Marries Nathan. Plus the ever dreamy Sophia Bush as Brooke. I did not. That was not my opinion. But Brooke Davis, who does the mean girl with a heart of gold so perfectly that only Leighton Meester ever did it better. Oh, yeah. One Tree Hill didn't get memed to the high heavens, like we'll talk about with The OC, but it was, that's true. But it was able to maintain viewership over 9 full seasons, ending in 2012. It was a series that started on the WB, but eventually spent most of its run on the CW. Few shows made the transition and lasted quite as long, exceptions being Smallville and Supernatural, of course. Interestingly enough, the series was deeply successful, even with its lower average viewership. Shows that were deemed as underviewed based on... You know what's interesting? It might have had a lower average viewership, but it still lasted 9 seasons. How many shows right now have lower than average viewership and they immediately cancel it? Just so fast. 1 season, 2 seasons, half a season. Good grief. We were a little more patient back then, I guess. Shows that were deemed underviewed based on their cultural impact, like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which also ended the TV season prior. Boy, that puts it into time perspective, doesn't it? Still had a larger audience than One Tree Hill. I would say this was the start of average ratings dipping, but I know that's not true because Fox's The OC would end its first season with almost 10 million average viewers against One Tree Hill's one average of just under 4 million. Honestly, 4 million is not bad, though, compared to some shows that were canceled. Not to mention, they were advertising The OC. I remember this at the time. They were advertising The OC like crazy. Oh my gosh. Fox was throwing money into that show. Just complete saturation. I remember it being advertised during sporting events on the channel. It was everywhere, literally everywhere. I think we just needed another Dawson's Creek, and Schwann delivered that with these messy teenagers in North Carolina. The OC aired in August of 2003, about a month and a half before One Tree Hill. It went off like gangbusters. Yeah, I was definitely into it. Pilot premiered to almost 7.5 million viewers, and the American audience was charmed by Ryan Atwood, teenage boy whose brother gets them caught stealing a car when Sandy Cohen is assigned as Ryan's public defender. He wants to help him get back on his feet. Ryan eventually comes to live from Chino to live with his family, including son Seth. Adam Brody, great character. Goes to the rich high school of Orange County. Lots of issues arise as it's clear he doesn't quite fit in with the rich kids, but also falls for Seth's neighbor, Marissa Cooper. Oh, it's a classic. What do you want me to be? I'll be whatever you want, or whatever. I don't know. Who are you? I'm whoever you want me to be. The series was created by Josh Schwartz and received generally positive reviews from critics. We don't have to go into the OC. The opening is iconic. Even by the end of the series, it was averaging a little under 4 million viewers, which was still more than One Tree Hill was ever getting on a regular basis. Both shows were moved around a bunch during their runs, trying to optimize viewership, and it never seemed to help. OC was one of the first major teen shows to manipulate their storylines based on online chatter, which is so smart. So smart. Schwartz recently admitted that they ended Marissa in season 3 because viewers didn't like her storyline, and the network wanted to get rid of a main character for ratings. What? I am just learning this. Wow. So mostly it's because the network wanted to get rid of a main character for a ratings boost. You gotta be kidding me. Does that help? Is that something that's been proven to help? That's crazy. I did not know that. Huh. Which means she was brought out as the sacrificial lamb, though he has expressed regret for it given how the audience reacted. Yeah, people hated it. People absolutely hated it. But I guess that, he kind of folded to the network there, which is a shame. Maybe that was early in his career. I'm not sure. But additionally, one of the biggest legacies of the show is actually one that has superseded the series. Even at the time, the meme of the SNL sketch, The Shooting, a.k.a. Dear Sister. Oh my gosh, that's a direct reference to the last scene in the season 2 finale. Yes, I forgot about that. But yes, this is a classic SNL sketch with Andy Samberg. Unbelievable. One Tree Hill and the OC had major cultural clout. While it didn't stick around forever, even though the former ran until 2012, the seeds of both shows ushered in a slightly new era of television for teens, especially the OC. Yeah, it made it a little more grown up, I would say. In large part because of Schwartz's future endeavors. Welcome to One Tree Hill, biatch. Blending of the two iconic, well, the one iconic line. That's funny. To Orange County. What? I was in a cult for 10 years. Bethany on reclaiming her past. One Tree Hill's complicated legacy. I'm sorry, what? While starring in one of TV's top teen dramas, Lenz found herself in a Bible study gone sideways, with a drained bank account and married to the leader's son. Ugh. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. Could you imagine? What? Drained bank account. That's terrible. They literally just bled her dry. I was in a cult for 10 years. Oh my gosh. She finally went public about the darkest chapter of her past. For years, Lenz has been finding catharsis through writing poems, songs, short film, even a comedy pilot. About the time she spent enmeshed in what she calls a Bible study gone sideways. Good grief. Oh, Vanity Fair membership. You jerks. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. See if this works. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. See if it's archived. Good grief. What a nightmare situation. You know, it's one of those things you don't quite understand it unless you're in it. You know, you look at this from the outside and you're just like, how do you get sucked up into a cult? Like, what? How do you marry the leader's son and get your bank account drained? Like, what? I would never. But unless you're actually in it, it's kind of tough to judge it because you don't know. You don't know what kind of mental space she was in. You don't know about the manipulation and all that stuff. All right, I found it. Found a way around it. I was in a cult for 10 years, a lot to tell. For months prior to the episode of Drama Queens, been dropping hints about her time in a high-pressure group. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Are you serious? It's still... Oh, no. Oh, no. They're getting smarter, folks. They're getting much smarter. Ow. It still kicked me off. That's crazy. It's impressive. I am... Cover me shocked. That's pretty nuts, though. Unbelievable. You never can judge it, right? Because we don't know. We're not in it. Haven't. Maybe she was in a bad place. Maybe she's being taken advantage of by like elders or something, you know, manipulating her, stuff like that. You never quite know. But obviously, they usually prey on the vulnerable. Well, it makes it easy to get somebody into a cult if they have issues or things that they deal with or whatever. It just makes it much easier. Much, much easier. Alrighty, folks. Let's move on to the next one. This is Date Night with Dan and Phil, and it looks like it's going well, kind of. All right, let's watch it.
Hello, Dan and Phil Games lovers.
Here at Dan and Phil Games, I think it's important in life that we all trust brands that are guaranteed to give us a good experience.
Trust the process.
Like, you click on a Dan and Phil Games video and you know that you're going to get something
unhinged.
And when we get sent a game by Relatable, the makers of Incoherent,
then Hinge still, oh my god.
It's gonna be a banger that will make you, you know, do the snort dribble out of your nose probably when you're trying to watch us on public transport.
And they asked us to play this. They said, you know what, we want you to test it out. It would work.
So today, apparently, we are playing the ultimate date night game for couples.
Yeah.
These guys are sponsors of the channel, so thank you very much for supporting this content.
And if this game tickles your pickle, you can click the link below. I'm sure it will be great to play with your best buddy.
Phil said
as
no,
well.
no, no. Okay.
Well, how does it work?
There's 5 categories of cards: match, date, oh no, this says dare.
Dare.
Most likely to, rapid fire, and keep this card if. We spin this wheel of hearts.
Hearts.
Very,
They're hearts.
very, very clearly a heart.
The ass wheel. Is that what the card's gonna say? Overlap your peaches.
Overlap your peaches. Demonetized. Okay. And then we do whatever it is. Whoever gets the most cards at the end wins. Boom. I will say, whenever we do any kind of like best friend test, we are absolutely incredible at it.
We are too good. We've got a psychic connection.
This is gonna be violent. I'm gonna take you the
fuck
fuck
Gonna be
down.
a murder.
Oh no.
And you better not kill the groove. DJ, gonna rock this goddamn mess right down. I know. Go on, Phil, get naked. Are you ready? Round one, cut
Finger
this,
it.
and then you go like that.
All right, I can.
No, I'm holding it.
Wait, okay. Ready?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
I knew that. I knew. Look, I was literally like, look at me do it.
You need stronger fingers, lad. You need a stronger grip. Where were you when we were in the mines?
My grippy is fine, thank you.
Right.
I'm gonna go
In the
first.
mines.
It's on most likely to want to go home early.
Me. I'm most likely to want to do that. Dan is like, I have to eke out every moment from this social interaction.
You're
it's
right.
4 a.m.
You're right.
You're like, I don't want to miss out.
Sometimes I will be like, yeah, one more shot in Helsinki.
Yeah.
And you'll be like, 11:42. Bedtime.
I do not experience FOMO.
But I think
I'm
it's
just like, whatever.
more. Yeah, that's what it is. It's like you have the self-respect to go, I'm tired. Bye.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm like,
what if I miss out?
What if there's an in-joke and then I'm not in on the joke?
Prime example of that VidCon. Have 2 drinks at the bar. I was like, I'm done.
See
Bye,
you later,
everyone.
bitches.
Have a good night.
Catch me on the floor of a hotel room with ContraPoints, listening
Yeah.
to people talk about something complicated I'm not intelligent enough to comprehend. No, thank you. You win, Phil. Go on then. Congratulations.
Yes.
Spin it.
Dare.
Dare.
Tell your partner your honest first opinion of them.
Ooh.
Okay, you had
Go on then. The year was 2009. I'm wearing that little snood number.
Snod?
It was a strange item of clothing.
You had a more posh voice than I thought. You're like, hello.
How
Hello,
dare
I'm very
you.
well spoken. When you meet someone the first
When
time.
you meet someone that you've known of social media, you just assume that they have no social skills.
I think anyone from the internet
Do
is going
they
to be
shower?
awkward.
And I mean,
True.
I am pretty awkward. But you're
Yeah.
saying your expectations were that.
That
low.
is
So
funny and
I
true.
think.
posh and confident. Do I get this because I did the dare?
Yep.
That was a mild dare.
I mean, you could have been like, oh, I thought you were busted as hell. I
Yeah.
almost threw up on your face and then kicked you in the nuts and just left.
Spin her.
Hardly knew her. Match. Right, we're going to say 3, 2, 1, and then we both say the answer out loud. Match. If you were an animal, what would you be?
3, 2, 1. Bear. Yes.
Oh.
I got it right. Give me that.
God, what is
sweet
this?
look.
Dang.
Are we going to finally get
That was
over
impressive.
this Phil Trash #1 allegation?
Rapid fire.
Are you counting that as a spin?
I mean, we've not
this
had it
guy?
yet. We've not had it yet.
First person to hesitate loses. Here we
Okay,
go.
you're not allowed to say or blink or think.
No, here we go.
Pet names we have for each other.
This is good.
That's like somebody on the final spin for Price is Right. They don't even get it around the full time. Drew Carey's like, let me help you out here.
This is gonna make us. We don't really have
I
pet
wouldn't
names
say
for
it's
each
a pet
other. We
name.
just say deranged things.
You've
Okay,
seen
stop.
Dan and
Okay,
Phil
right.
text each other.
3, 2, 1. Skink.
Rat.
Piggy.
Hound.
Bitch.
Twat.
Home slice.
It's just getting worse.
What? Oh no!
Pizzle.
I was gonna make one up. Dome. I think we just say whatever word will come into our head.
It's like the British slang for getting drunk. It
Yeah.
can really just be any noun
Yeah.
or nonsense phrase.
I think this morning I
You
said,
hesitated.
"Hello, you stupid bitch."
I think that is
That's what I
literally
said when Dan walked into the kitchen.
You know, 2 bros being normal.
Being normal.
Bam! It's a dare. Let them post something on your story that you have to keep up for at least
Oh
an hour.
no! Oh
Are you
no!
gonna treat? Are you gonna let me do that?
Wait. Okay, this is meant for normies.
Yeah, this is
with
meant for
their
people with
25
not
followers on their private
big
accounts.
social
taking the
accounts.
dare or
You
not?
can't be. I have to keep it up for at least 1 hour, and then when I delete it, this is gonna make it. What the fuck are you doing?
I'm trying to
Did you
get
just
the
take a
whole-
photo of my face.
I'm trying to get the horse perspective, like the picture of the horse.
What?
That does not look like you.
What are people gonna think when that is there and then disappears?
Give me your phone.
Jesus Christ.
I had to stretch it to fit all that nose in. That's it. I'm not even gonna put a caption. Posted.
Oh my god.
Oh, to his
Set the
Instagram.
timer for 1 hour. None of you saw this. Right, well I fucking earned that one. Okay.
That was so much
Jesus.
harder than mine. Where I just had to say you were posh and annoying.
What the hell? This
It doesn't
is
say
not.
annoying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Oh, it's all coming out now. 15 years later.
The truth. Keep this card. If
Ooh.
your partner's ever given you the ick, Dan gives me the ick on a daily basis, so that is.
What the hell
I get
does
to keep
that
the
mean?
card.
What? Go on then. What?
How do you give me the ick?
Yeah, exactly.
No, wait,
Bullshit.
no, I've
Thank you. Feels like I want to insult him, but I haven't quite decided how
I
yet.
want to keep the card.
I don't, bro.
Wait,
no,
you
no,
do.
you lose. You lose. That's it. You can't think of
I
it.
could
no,
think
no,
of
no. Spin. Player's choice. All right, I'll do another one. Keep this card if you stalked your partner on social media before you can.
Oh,
How to befriend your favorite internet stars.
Shut the
Oh
fuck
my
up.
That's
Did I
gosh.
just pull this from the top of the thing? Is it stalking to simply be subscribed to a YouTuber? Is it worth it for me to take this? Fine, whatever, taking shots. Why is me earning these cards so much more horrible?
Most likely to. Most likely to win the lottery. I think I'm luckier than you.
Honestly,
I think most of us would
this
fail
is
that
Phil's
for sure.
luck.
We'd keep the
Phil
card.
deserves nothing karmically.
But I get,
Yet
I get
the
things.
universe gives him things.
Hotel
Phil
upgrade.
puts $5 in a Gremlin slot machine
Vegas
and gets
wins.
$2,000 back.
Magical competitions.
And then you get ass bleeding and super glue panic attacks and no working mind.
That's less.
So
that's
this
less
is
good.
the con.
Yeah.
The universe giveth and it taketh away. Dare compliment them 3 times.
Oh my god.
Am I being punished?
Give me some
Why
joy.
am I being?
Throw
Yeah,
some
this
sugar
is
way,
going
lad.
one
I
direction.
don't want it. Can I just lose the game?
Compliment me.
You suit your blonde hair.
Yes.
It makes you look less old.
That was a backhanded compliment.
Oh.
I don't think that counts. You're not getting the card if you can't think of anything.
You have a sunny disposition.
I do. If you can't think of a third one that quickly, you don't get it.
Phil,
What?
this is an ego moment for you. Do you want to give me extra time to win that
No,
card?
I want to win the game.
Brat.
There. Trade clothes with your partner for the rest of the game. Oh, I can't be bothered. That's so much effort.
Oh my god, they
share
clothes. No conspiracy has ever personally offended me more.
No.
You think I want to wear this shit? If you have a pair of sweatpants, shorts,
Yeah.
and I haven't done my laundry, I'm like, can I borrow a pair of your green shorts for the afternoon? But let's be clear, I'm not going to be seen outside dead.
I don't want to wear black.
anything with a color.
That's got pink on it.
It's pink on black.
All right. This suits me. I always suit your clothes.
Oh my
For God's
gosh.
sake, this guy.
And that looks all right on you. You look a bit like the devil. You
Okay,
did it.
Are you thrilled?
I did the dare. Well, you technically did the dare as well.
Why don't I get the card?
Because it's my card. You want more of this chaos? Come see us on tour.
What the hell is that supposed to mean in the context
we
of
know
this
what
video?
that means.
Rapid fire, get ready. Gifts that we've got on each other. I got this in the bag. Lamp.
A jumper.
Lamp.
You can't do 3 lamps. No. I said
Lamp.
Oh, my mind has gone blank.
Wow, friendship. This guy, Jesus Christ. You mocked me for the Christmas where I accidentally gave you 3 lamps.
Yes.
And here we are. Full circle, loser.
Most likely to quit their job and attend a music festival.
Oh my god.
100% down. I would like to be at a music festival for about an hour and a half before I wanted to sit down.
Phil, that's why I got fired from Asda.
Was it?
Because I told
Oh my gosh,
manager
that's
at
funny.
Asda that I had diarrhea.
Yeah.
And he phoned my mum, and my mum said, he's not there to speak to you. He's at Reading Festival.
Oh my god.
And then he was like, when I see this
Come
guy,
on, Mom.
I'm gonna kill him. And then I just quit the job before I could speak to him. Bam! Player's choice. Match. If I could move to any
Sold
other
out
country,
by
where
your
would I
own
move?
family.
3, 2, 1.
Japan.
Take
Yes.
it. There we go, bitch.
Rapid fire again.
Oh,
I've not
God.
got one of these yet. Things we've done together in the past month.
Rehearse for a tour. Bitch, that's
No,
it.
that's all we've done.
You could have, ew, respect the game.
See, I was going to list things we've rehearsed, but I realized it was a spoiler, and then you did the blanket term of rehearsing.
The who blanks does not get the kank. Dare. Allow them to tickle you for 15 seconds.
That's just fetish content.
This is OnlyFans tier.
we can't.
This is premium subscription, although I'm also not very ticklish, so go, you have 15 seconds, go.
But what about your neck thing? Remember the famous neck thing that was on the internet for ages? Dan hates having his neck touched. Oh.
Oh. He's cracking. He's cracking.
You really held off for a second.
Fuck! Are you ready? Boom.
Yeah.
Player's choice. Match. Right.
Match.
Are you ready?
Yes.
What toppings do I like on my
We just
pizza?
talked about this.
Now I've got something here.
Yeah.
You're adding something to the pizza.
Dan wants to add something
What
to the
is
pizza.
the number one thing that I'm going to be like, that's the trendy thing to add? 3, 2, 1.
Hot honey. Yes.
Oh.
We are the hot honey bitches. Get it on everything.
That is
I knew that
absolutely
one.
true.
Nice choice. Most likely to.
Okay, sure, bring it on.
Nashville Hot
High
had its moment, and then it became Hot Honey.
schooler. Well, that's obviously Dan. Is your son gonna pick you up from the hospital? This is all gonna lead to me getting a facelift. You do realize you have made a deal with the devil, and you do not age.
I honestly feel like I'm being held back in my serious broadcasting career because people just don't take me seriously. They're like, what, this guy's in his 30s now?
Lol.
No, he ain't. You're not ready for the career swing that I'm going to have when I turn 45 and
Swing?
suddenly I look like a relatable adult on television.
You just need to
Phil.
grow a
Come
beard.
on.
That's all you need to do. I keep telling you
I
this.
can't do that yet.
That's true.
Player's choice. Let's do a rapid fire.
All right. I've not won
Are
a
you
rapid
ready?
fire yet.
Lube up those brain cells, Phil. Get all one of those neurons ready to fire. Shows that we've watched together.
Oh.
The boys.
Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
My Hero Academia.
Lost.
No, we haven't.
We have?
We never watched Lost together.
Oh no, we talked about Lost, but we didn't watch it together. We
I-
did the last seasons. I knew you when it was finishing, and we watched the last season together.
Does that count?
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
Keep going, you slag.
Not very specific.
For...
Oh! Name a TV show. I felt name a woman. Breaking
Can't
Bad.
see.
Homeland.
Fargo.
The Walking Dead. Fuck, it's too late. It's too late.
Damn it.
That's my card. I win.
Match.
Okay.
What is my all-time favorite album? 3, 2, 1. Origin of Symmetry. Yes. I mean, no. You get it.
Yes. Yes, I know you. You loser.
I think we should do one more.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Dare.
It's
Oh,
there.
jeez.
Here we go. Thumb wrestle. The person who gets it wins.
Oh, God.
You ready?
I'm ready.
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war.
Horse.
Do you egg them on, or do you stay up here and just wait to come down on it? That's the question.
3, 4. You're not even
How about
fighting.
strategy?
I
Win the thumb war.
I hope your thumb falls off in the night.
Okay, count up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You've got way more than 7.
10.
Oh! Turns out you do like me a little bit.
Number 1.
Phil Stan,
You could
73.
Never. You could never. But at what cost? Honestly, let that Instagram story. Okay.
Yeah, that's brutal.
So, if you've got a best buddy you want to play this with,
Or a partner.
you're married in a polycule, whatever you got going on.
Or you're a cowboy.
Yeah.
Hey, partner.
Oh.
Partner.
Want to play the ultimate date night game for couples?
I would watch Brokeback
The
Mountain
winner
too when they
gets
play that.
shot in the head. Bam! That was quite enjoyable.
That was good. Click the link below.
That was enjoyable.
Where you will find this game.
Thanks for enabling this. I'm sure that everyone's very grateful.
Join us in real life
If
in
you
less
wanna
than
see
2 weeks.
Joyful shenanigans, laughter. If you want to not miss out on this greatest time in our lives, we
Yes.
are about to go all over Europe.
And there's some €35 seats that have been made available by the venues as well.
What the fuck else are you doing?
Go get
it's
one of
like
those.
ordering a milkshake online. No, come see us instead and have
Yes.
your entire life changed. Bring a friend, drag that boyfriend that has no idea what's happening.
Hello,
Take your mum so you
Berlin.
can
We
say
appreciate the
sorry
cheaper
for everything
tickets.
that you made her
Helsinki.
go through for the last 10 years.
Subscribe, watch our last video.
Thumbs us up if you enjoyed it. Comment for the algorithm.
Watch us read fan fiction about each other that we wrote.
That was an equally unhinged
It
video.
was. What are we doing at the moment? I'm going to go get changed out of this because it feels wrong.
Yeah, I'm having an allergic reaction to this red, so I'm going to see you guys later.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Amazing. Amazing. I'm sure the people that, really ship them hard together absolutely love that one. Go ahead and throw some love on it. Link down below in the YouTube description for the original video. Go throw out some much deserved love. And also check out Dan and Phil Games, of course. Sure, they have many, 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 many videos that you will enjoy. If you haven't seen them before or you're just getting introduced, throw the link in the Twitch chat for those watching live as well. Go ahead and pull up some information on Dan and Phil. The information is getting pretty thin now that we've reacted to quite a few videos. Dan and Phil. Go ahead and get to read. I think we have read this one, if I'm not mistaken. That title is hard to forget. Really hard to forget. Yeah, the dressing as the nun. Dan's brain is very organized filing cabinet. He's meticulously organized Mine is like a cloud of wires and chaos. So Dan helps keep me organized. Dan, but also I am so organized that sometimes I'm paralyzed by my need for everything to be perfect. And Phil is the radical counter to that. The chaos, says Phil. So if I'm here going, I'm so neurotic, I'm actually never just going to output any content. Phil's like, let's do it. Just be free, bro. Phil, let's do it, man. Dan, just let it all out. What's it been like to find and work with creators and commission artists that you can trust with your image and your audience? That's interesting. Bill, I think we're still very close knit because you go to some YouTubers, like we've collaborated with someone, and they'll be like, here's my 8 producers. Here's my agent. Here's my 5 camera people. Here's my night editor. Dan, we're still doing way too much ourselves. I'm spending all my free time editing. When we were on tour in America, we were like, we should do a baking video because people loved the Dan and Phil baking videos. We were on a bus, like, how do we film a baking video on a bus? So we just made a tower out of Dr. Pepper and multi-packs and balanced the camera on it. So unfortunately, Dan and Phil are still doing it themselves, and it's busted AF. Phil, we're still very old school. We don't have a producer or anything like that. Dan, we should. Someone should rein us the hell in. Phil said, we just get some help with the editing, which is necessary because Dan is such a control freak, and we would just never post a video. It's good. That's usually one of the top things that, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Pryu, I think. That is usually one of the first steps that I think YouTubers get is somebody to help editing or cutting up like social media videos, reels, TikToks, whatever necessary. That's usually the first step. Certainly. Producer's kind of a good one because, you know, sometimes after a couple years, maybe you're lost on what to do. They can come up with ideas. But I think an editor, honestly, is the most important. Most important for sure. I literally started doing these streams because I got tired of editing. I got tired of editing so many videos, like 14 videos a week, that I was just like, all right, this is just taking up way too much time. We got to figure out a way to do live editing. So that's why, you know, I got these little buttons in front of me. I hit them. It changes things and it mutes things and whatnot. And it just makes the rest of the time so much easier. So much easier. Phil says, we just get some help with editing. Dan said, I would spend 28 hours editing a Sims video. And it's like, girl, no one cares. Yeah, that's a lot. And for those of you wondering, you know, I have seen other reactors. Highway, what's up? What's up? What's up? For those of you asking, which I haven't seen it recently, but for those of you asking why I never went the route of other reactors who, you know, react to full live stream content and then cut it down and then post it on YouTube and somehow get around copyright and being blocked. Why I never did that route? Because that would take forever to edit like an hour down to like 15 minutes. Like that would just be, right, what sections do you choose? What, you know, what's the most important things to include? Do you include timestamps? Do you include like the video kind of certain moments? How do you make sure it doesn't get blocked? It's a nightmare, literal nightmare. So I just never went that route. If I were to ever have somebody else working on this channel, it would definitely be an editor, or actually mostly for social media content. I think that's where I'm at my weakest right now. Just getting really meta with it. It's really tough to find people to get you and feel like you can have a back and forth with. But when you do, you're like, okay, I can relinquish a little bit to you. Dan says, yes, absolutely. It's amazing to collaborate with some fans, though. We did a poster for Gaming Miss last year. We have this community that's so talented. So many people out there that are incredible artists and video editors. And let's be honest, prolific writers. a lot of fan fiction out there. Yeah, these two would know about it. Some of the finest works in modern literature out there. And it feels good sometimes to collaborate with some people and celebrate the talent that people have. We do have this video series where we just look at fan Twitter, which is something that we don't know why weren't doing that for years. Phil says, I think we were scared to go into the mines once. Like, once you look behind the curtain. Dan says, once you open Pandora's box. Phil says, our audience is funnier than us. Dan said, 100%. So the memes and the commentary and everything they're posting is just hilarious. We realize that the end game is that we shouldn't really create anymore. We should just react to other people creating about us because it's better. I've watched your sim vids for a long time. It's one of the most entertaining and excruciating things I've ever watched on the internet. Dan said, F yeah. The house is very ugly. There's still no windows. Dan said, that's a fact. Phil said, that's a problem. So funny. Good grief. How fans kept 2 YouTubers in the closet. Ooh. Archive post. An absolutely insane detail that isn't included that I have to point out. There was a subset of fans who were apartment truthers. The theory was the apartment that Dan and Phil recorded in was not the same apartment they actually lived in. People were drawing up schematics of their floor plan, meticulously comparing shots from Instagram posts to shots and videos. That is ludicrous. That is absolutely insane. And overall being incredibly invasive about the whole thing. The most insane part, they were right. Dan and Phil addressed the theory 5 months ago. This was a couple years. Stating that they did it because of privacy reasons, and also because they wanted a separation between their home and work life. It's actually smart. Certainly bigger YouTubers have like spaces and warehouses and, you know, places they can set up to have like sets. Linus Tech Tips literally has a warehouse of like different like scenes and whatever for the different shows and videos and channels. Like, it gets very elaborate. But it makes sense, right? You go to work, you go to an office, you go to a rented apartment that you turn into like a studio, basically. If you can afford that, obviously. You can afford 2 rents, which seems ludicrous to me. But if you can afford 2 rents, it makes sense to kind of split it. So you have time away, time at home. It's not like, you know, driving you nuts. Because when you're an entrepreneur or self-employed, it's hard to find the off switch. Because you're just constantly thinking about it. Oh, maybe I'll just spend time doing this. Meanwhile, it's like 11 o'clock on a Friday. You're like, oh, wait, what am I doing? I guess I should be watching something or, you know, doing something. Saying that they did it because of privacy concerns and the fans proved them right. Yeah, that is true. That is true. They proved him right. Oh, and remember, fan used to hate on every girl who featured in Dan and Phil videos with accusations of breaking the ship. I remember Kat getting so much hate. There were comments like, she's stealing Dan. I hate that B word. Sort of ones. Reminds me of the hate that Mary, Watson's wife, and Sherlock got for breaking the pretense that Watson and Sherlock had a torrid affair. Gay shippers are not allies and just misogynistic. In this essay, I will see it all the time. People constantly hate on women or female characters for ruining a ship. I think it's still prevalent. Saw it a lot when it was in the Ranpa fandom. No idea what that is. I don't know if this is what that means, but Twitter has been recommending me Harry Styles and Louis Tomlinson tweets for ages. I don't know why I've never expressed interest in these two and the amount of tweets I've seen about any girl who gets close to either one, breaking up the Larry ship, and how they're meant to be together. I've even seen death threats. Ooh. Good grief. Very psychotic. Yeah, I would say if you're sending that, probably, yeah. Wild. It's crazy from both sides. Creators did kind of gaslight their fans, who were also crazy, in a weird feedback loop. Like almost all the major fan theories were correct, but also handled insanely. They were gay. They did actually date each other. They did film in a fake apartment. Just bizarre overall. Gaslight's a strong word for mostly taking steps for the privacy, right? What other option did they have? Their fans have proved to them time and time again that they were willing to violate privacy just to be proven right. Small contingent of very persistent fans were doing that, so honestly lying and saying they're crazy is probably the best they could handle it, yeah. There's no business like show business. This seems like an obsession to me. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That is obsession to a crazy degree. If you're sitting there doing mock-ups of an apartment and comparing the two, like that is, oh, that's wild. Oh, that's so wild. Good grief. Let's see what else got here. Oh, I was a male fan of Supernatural before Castiel was prominent. Almost any time a woman got close to Dean or Sam, the female fans hated her instantly. Also even harassed a few of them on Twitter, including the real-life girlfriend wife of Jared. Ooh. Ooh. I had no idea that was occurring at all. Obviously, it's a small minority. Excuse me, not majority. Small majority. Reminds me of all the stuff they did with Septiplier. Those two legit had IRL partners, and people were still shipping them together to the point where Markiplier's avatar had to end a personification of them off in one of his videos. Also ruined a friendship between the two at the time. They were uncomfortable hanging out because of it. Well, you don't. Do you know that for sure? They played Among Us together a while back. Jack participated in Annis, yeah. Well, those are things that, people don't know of. Can't really speculate on people's motivations and whatnot. Back then, 2016, just grab a shovel and bury me now. Right. We're all getting older, folks. 2016 was a while ago. Almost a decade. Almost a decade. Yeah, I mean, breaks my heart and also makes me so effing mad how the actions of these fans hurt Dan and Phil so much. Both very genuine, cool creators. And hearing Dan talk about how damaging the fans digging into their lives. I mean, it is what it is, right? If you go in the public eye, you will get the crazies. That is a fact. It's an unfortunate fact, but it is still a fact. I'm sure celebrities, like big-time celebrities, go through this constantly. Constantly. We never hear about it, because usually they're not on Twitter or X talking about it openly, releasing a YouTube video, but I'm sure they get it all the time. I wish the online masses wouldn't ship real people, just stick to Destiel or Raylo or whatever else can't hurt an actual living, breathing human being. I ship you and OP. Ooh. Oh gosh. Back in my day, we only shipped Mulder and Scully as God intended. Oh, X-Files. X-Files indeed. Classic. Absolute classic. Is there a term for the opposite of shipping? Because I'm in the Mulder and Scully short of just had a working relationship with no tension camp. You're a no Romo. No Romo. Ooh. We shall band together and see the end of the no Romos. Did you see how Mulder looked at Scully? Checkmate, no Romos. Funny enough, the term shipping was actually invented by X-Files fan. Do not cite the deep magic to me, witch. I was there when it was written. I was a Tumblr girly in this era, and it was indeed absolutely impossible to avoid these two. I tried. I didn't know about this drama. Very interesting. Good read. Thank you for posting. What part of Tumblr were you on to avoid Dan and Phil? That's funny. Good grief. Reddit is hilarious. Indeed it is. Oh my gosh. 11 favorite Dan and Phil moments. Spoopy Halloween baking. Apparently these baking videos are quite good, from what I've read. Series-inspired spin-offs, including an Easter video where Dan in a bunny, featuring Dan in a bunny costume. Manchester apartment, simply because the videos the pair created whilst living there. Favorites include Phil's A Day in the Life and Dan's sexy internet dating. Oh, God, these haircuts. Oh my gosh. What a time. What a time. What a time. Don't cry, craft. Remember that crafting YouTube channel Dan and Phil set up that totally wasn't an April Fool's joke? We never knew the two were such artists. While our square flakes and glitter faces didn't look nearly as good as theirs, we thank them for being so patient with us as we learned just how unartistic we are. When their crafting channel received a silver play button. Wow. Dan and Phil Crafts received a silver play button for 100K subs as well. Channel now has over 667,000 subs. The internet is here. Tons of our faves participated in Stand Up to Cancer UK's 2016 campaign. Raised over 170,000 British pounds for cancer research. For their part, Dan and Phil released a charity single for their live show titled The Internet is Here. Catchy, and video features some serious dance moves. The Super Amazing Project. Golly. This hair is just wild. Early viewers of Dan and Phil remember the pair's internet news show, The Super Amazing Project, a weekly stop for the news and memes that were taking the internet by storm. That reminds me of The Soup on E with Joel McHale. Internet takeover, and obviously Tosh Bueno. The internet takeover. Dan and Phil were the first YouTubers to try their hand at presenting on BBC One Radio 1, starting with their annual Christmas show, and eventually moving up to the weekly internet takeover slot. Featured their pair managing the best of radio and internet together, offering both audio and visual experience. Nice. Dill. Dan and Phil have played a variety of games on their much-loved gaming channel, which we literally just watched a video from. But the overall fan favorite has been their play through The Sims 4. Oh, gosh. Their sim, Dill, has become what we call the most popular sim on YouTube, with viewers having become enthralled with his life, from him being stalked by the infamous Eliza Pancakes, marrying the love of his life, Tabitha. Dill Halter. We never knew we could care so much about a sim. Phil is not on fire. Wouldn't be a countdown of our favorite Dan and Phil moments without including the phenomenon that is Phil is not on fire. For us, the series is when fan officially became a thing, when the fandom was truly born. Our favorite episode, we're pretty big fans of the original. I mean, come on, Phil's giraffe sound is top-notch. My gosh, what a time. Like looking at a time capsule. The amazing book is not on fire. Who would we be if we didn't mention The Amazing Book is Not on Fire? We couldn't put it down. Filled with funny anecdotes, personal stories, and lots of laughs. And number one, The Amazing Tour is not on fire. Topping our list is the one and only tour, live show. Show embodied everything we loved about Dan and Phil. We love that they got to tour the world with it. We mean they got to visit Australia and America. Definitely feel it's the greatest accomplishment to date. That is really cool. What a start to go from this to a world tour. That is amazing. To create a sim that was a combination of themselves. Oh my gosh. I'm sure the sim creation part of that video is unreal. Unreal. Did you have this hair too? I did not. I did not. This hair? No. No. I've literally had the same haircut for probably 20 years. 20 years maybe. I think in high school I just had buzz cut, which is no style at all. It's literally just put one size on the trimmer and just go zoom. It was quick and easy is what it was. Quick and easy. Didn't care, complete lack of any sort of personal opinion or anything like that. I'm like, just do this. It's the quickest way to get out of the chair. Get me out of here. Now obviously I don't buzz cut anymore. Those days have gone. Adios. I can't imagine. Yeah. Hence the name Dill. Dan and Phil, Halter, Howell, and Lester. Nice. That would have been fascinating to see which part of them or each other they put on that sim. Whose hair, whose eyes, whose eyebrows, whose nose, etc. That would be very interesting. And I'm sure between the both of them, very funny. Extremely funny. Dan and Phil to the LGBTQ plus pipeline. From the time I was 13 onward, I was what one might call a chronically online individual. To be fair, I think we all are. We can all admit to this. I am definitely chronically online at this point. Whether it's work on a laptop or this or watching YouTube or, anything. Honestly, I almost always have a screen in front of me, which is different than how I grew up. Usually it was just a TV every once in a while. But yeah, I would consider us all, I think, chronically online. This persisted until I was 17, 18, where I learned moderation for the most part. During this time in my life, I spent a lot of time on YouTube. Of course, there were days of the saturation era where YouTubers from across the pond were incredibly popular. Out of this batch of YouTubers, my favorites by far were Dan and Phil. Watching their videos gave me comfort and laughs during my entire time in high school, while the community they created online gave me some incredible friends. Connecting with people from all over the globe enriched me in ways I'm incredibly grateful for every day. And the Dan and Phil era of my life remains one of my favorites. Nice. In summer of 2018, I was able to go to their show, Interactive Introverts, meeting them in person. The experience was incredible, and seeing other members of their fan base in person was very neat. As the years went on and both Dan and Phil came out as gay, I had a moment of clarity surrounding what had brought their community together in the first place. Most of us were closeted members of the community. Dan and Phil community was a rare space online where hate had no space. It was never rude or crass or made offensive jokes, but there was an invasion of privacy. Let's not lose fact of that. I'm aware that my experience is not unique. There were other communities online at the time that provided a safe space for closeted individuals. However, my experience in the Dan and Phil community had a massive impact on my life. Being and coming out as queer is not a one-way track. Ultimately, you'll be coming out for your entire life. While I was not necessarily worried about how my parents would react, I knew that coming out would have an impact on my life forever. Today, I'm thrilled to see that Dan and Phil have come out themselves, emboldening the community even further, living their truth. For everyone else, don't be afraid. There's always people who will listen, love you, and make you feel welcome. Thank you, Dan and Phil. Pretty much the takeaway there. Thank you, Dan and Phil. Wow. That's good. That's big. Obviously, if you can have an impact on people's lives that deeply and that importantly, I mean, I think you've accomplished what you've set out to be as a creator. Well, you've had, obviously, you're not setting out to do that with videos that aren't immediately addressing it, but through like passive interaction, they were doing that basically, which is awesome. Very cool. Very, very cool. All right. God, those two are so funny together. It's ridiculous. Obviously, it makes sense that they have a huge following. All right. Last video compilation of the day. Some of you have been waiting for it. Let's get into it. It is YinWar flirting, making us feel like single pieces of crap. We are. Not crap. I edited it just a little bit. A little creative editing. But, oh boy. If you are single right now, good luck. I'm pulling for you. I am. Let's make sure I have this positioned correctly. We'll give it a start. Okay, so it is full screen. We'll just shrink it a little bit. There we go. Hey, appreciate the bits. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You pry you. All right, let's get going. Well, first let me unmute it, and then we'll get going.
Let's go. รู้สึกว่าความหวานเรามันต่ำไปเราก็เลยจะมาเติมความหวานให้กับกันและกันนะครับ
Oh my gosh.
เฮ้ยจะหวานขนาดไหนอีกอะน้ำตาลยังขี่
That reaction.
งั้นผมเขาเลือกเซ็กซี่ให้พี่วอเลยเพราะว่าเขาเป็นคนที่เซ็กซี่จะเลือกอะไรผมอ่ะ
ผมจะเลือกเนี่ยครับอะไรนะแฮปปี้ครับใช่เพราะว่าเวลาเขาอยู่กับผมเนี่ยเขามีความสุขตลอดอันนี้เซ็กซี่อันนี้แฮปปี้แล้วเนี่ยอันนี้ซูเปอร์เซ็กซี่
Oh my gosh.
คุณจะเอาหวานยังไงครับนี่ไม่รู้ว่า
เดี๋ยวเป็นเพราะว่าเราอยู่ด้วยกัน2 คนคุณ
ชอบกินหัวหรือกินหาง
ถ้าเป็นหมาเนี่ย
Oh my gosh. Look at the dog on
อาจจะกินตรงไหนก็ได้แต่พี่เนี่ยกินทั้งตัวถ้าเป็นหมาเนี่ยอาจจะกินตรงไหน
Oh, I didn't even notice what they were saying.
อาจจะกินตรงไหนก็ได้แต่พี่เนี่ยกินทั้งตัว
ไม่หยุดมึงจะเกินไปแล้วเราจะใช้มือข้างที่ไม่ถนัดครั้งที่2เราก็คือจะมัดมือไว้
อุ้ยมัดมือ
ถนัดดิ
ฮะ
Wait a damn minute มัดมือถนัดดิ
มัดมือ
ถนัด
2เนี่ยเรามามัดมือที่เราไม่ถนัดกันไว้นะฮะแล้วก็มาแข่งกันเล่นเพราะว่าอะไร
เพื่ออะไร
เพราะว่าเราจะต้องไม่พากจากกันไงไป
อย่างนี้มันจะบอกว่า
Oops, I tripped. I fell.
ผมยังไม่เกิดมาไม่เคยตัดเล็บให้คนอื่นเลยนะเพราะว่าตัวเองก็ไม่เคยเหมือนกันไม่ว่าด้วยเรื่องความรักผมไม่เคยแพ้ใครนะ
ผมแพ้คุณครับ
เฮ้ยคอนเซ็ปต์ของผมนะครับถ้าความรัก
So quick with it.
ถ้าอยากจะรักทำไมต้องปิดและนี่คือหนึ่งในบุคคลที่ผมรักครับ
ใครอ่านว่าอะไรอ่ะชื่ออ่านสิชื่อใครคะ
นี่ครับ
อุ้ยเสี่ยวว่ะแพ้อะยอมรับไหม
ไม่เป็นไรก็เข้าใจได้ถึงแม้ว่า
ผมจะทำตรงคอนเซปต์ก็ตามเลยครับแต่ก็ไม่เป็นไรครับผมก็แพ้มาตลอดอยู่แล้วอุ้ยพี่บอกว่าโอ้ยไม่ไหลอุ้ยไม่เป็นไรนะโอ้เดี๋ยวมีของปลอบใจมาให้เราเตรียมมาให้อันนี้มันเหมือนจะเป็นหมายังไงไม่รู้อะมันเริ่มใช่ละอะไรเนี่ยนี่คือเซอร์ไพรส์เหรอบ้าตรงนี้ไม่ได้อะไรเนี่ยนี่คือเซอร์ไพรส์เหรอบ้าตรงนี้ไม่ได้ไม่ใช่อยากกินอะไรของหวานแน่ๆใช่ป่ะส่วนตัวเนี่ยบอกเลยว่าไม่จำเป็นเพราะมีอยู่แล้วแนว
สำหรับวันนี้ก็ต้องขอบคุณดี
Oh my gosh. Jack and Rose. I'm king of the world.
I feel you ผมพร้อมที่จะวาดรูปโป๊คุณเลยครับไม่ธรรมดาเชิญเข้าไป
Paint me like one of your French girls.
แจ็คเหมือนกันนะจะเป็นเอาดิถอดเอาดิอย่ามึงกูเมื่อยแล้วเนี่ยเสร็จแล้วแหละใกล้แล้วใกล้เคียงเรียบร้อย
That stick drawing.
แล้วทำไมมันมี
Nailed it. Perfect.
ก็ของจริงเป็นอย่างนั้นเฮ้ยใครเป็นคนคิดเนี่ยบ้าเราเป็นเล่นคืนนี้มานอนด้วยกันปะเนี่ยมีผมในฝันบ้างปะก็มีอยู่บ้างบางครั้งอะไรเงี้ยตื่นมาเปียกทุกทีเลยฉี่แตกกลัวได้ฝันไล่ทุบอยู่นั่นฉี่ทุกคืนเลย
Oh my gosh.
มันก็มีคนมันเจอกันทุกวันมันก็ต้องเก็บไปฝันหมดแล้วมันจนแบบเยอะแล้วเนี่ยเราไปหาอะไรสนุกทำบนเตียงเลยผมเต็มเลยไม่บอกผลจากการต่อยกันเมื่อกี้ครับ
Oh my gosh.
1 บวก 1 เท่ากับ 2แล้วหยินกับวอเท่ากับ1ไงทำไมอ่ะกลายเป็นคนเดียวกันไง
This is so far past flirting, it's crazy. Just innuendo jokes at this point.
แต่ไม่เป็นไรเฮ้ยเราต้องทำอะไรอ่ะอย่างนี้ป่ะไม่ใช่ต้องทำแบบนี้แล้วเราต้องทำแบบไหนเราแบบนี้ไง
Oh, what a beautiful spot.
มันเหมือนลูกแฝดแบบกอดกันยังไงไม่รู้อะหายใจไม่ทันแต่ว่าหน้าเปื้อนจริงอะมาดิเปื้อนจริงมาเล่นเกมร้อนนะจริงรู้สึกร้อนมึงก็ถอดเสื้อดิอะไรเนี่ยอุ้ย
You like fell jump.
อะไรกันไกลคนกระดาษหัวใจเบาๆหน่อยเบาๆดูหลายคนเบาๆหน่อย3 2 1แน่จริงคุณเลือกไอ้ปะผมเลือกคุณได้ไหมเฮ้ยเกินไปไหว
too much.
เดี๋ยวพี่ถึงเวลาต้องเลือกแล้ว
เอาไปซ่อนที่ไหน
เอาไปซ่อนในใจหรือเปล่าขอโทษทีเขาไปเป็นมะเร็งกล่องนะน้องน้องแดงมาน้องมาแดงน้องปองแปกงงงงในชีวิตเธอแต่งไหมแบบนี้แต่งไหมแบบนี้ขอแต่งงานเหรอไม่ถามดูเฉยๆนะสมมติมีคนมาถามแบบนี้เราถามหยุดกินไม่ได้ถ้าไม่ไหวก็ไปกินน้ำโอ้โหเห็นดิคุดตาอยู่เนี่ยมานั่งพี่ไหนถ้าไม่เห็นอย่างนี้โอ้ยอย่าเป้าทอดบ่ได้เจ้าของภาษาปะแห้งบันดาลใจพี่ค่อยได้จากเจ้าเลยรีวะโอ้โหสวยอีหลีบ่สวยแห้งสวยแห้งขอบคุณอายอีหลีเด้ออายอีหยังล่ะเว้ยปล่อยแป้นเดี๋ยวแล้วปล่อยแป้นเดี๋ยวแล้วมันเส้นใหญ่ทำไมวะมันจะมีอยู่เว้ยทำไมเว้ย
อันนี้แบบหวานหรือเปล่า
อะไรอะ
แบบหวานหรือเปล่า
น่ารัก
It's amazing that they'll like tease each other to the point of like. Obviously, it's not meant to hurt their feelings, of course, but it's playful, extremely playful. Oh, is this the moment where? Yeah. Okay. The editor said it blacked out, cut half the clip.
นี่คือพร้อมนะครับที่เหลือก็แค่เปลี่ยนรองเท้าก็เริ่มปีนมาได้เลย
Rock climbing.
วิธีการใช้นะครับ
หัวใจของพ่ออยู่ไหน
อยู่นี่ครับเฮ้ยแล้วหัวใจของนายอยู่ไหนหัวใจของเราก็อยู่นี่ไงหัวใจของเราก็อยู่นี่ไงเห็นแก่ความพยายามเขาครับเขาเป็นคนกลัวความสูงครับเฮ้ยแย่ออกยังไงนะ
It would be difficult if you're not into heights, for sure.
ก็ปกติอะไม่ได้จะเก่งนะแบบมันเป็นธรรมชาติ
I'm not flexing, that's just natural.
โอ้โหทำไมโทรมาปกติไม่ได้อะทำไมต้องวิดีโอคอลด้วยโอ้โหระดับนี้ผมอยากจะอวด 5G คุณไงไอเราก็นึกว่าจะอยากเจอหน้าซะอีกจากว่ามือที่สุดๆมาเดี๋ยวลองถ่ายวิวดูก่อนนะครับ
Oh, wow, that is
วิวนี้จะ
beautiful.
ไปสวยอะไรเฮ้ยไม่เหมือนวิวนี้สวยกว่าเยอะเลยโอ้โหชิปเปอร์ทั้งหลายเป็นไงครับ
How are all the shippers?
เลือดจางกันนะเลือดจางหมดแล้ว
Just calling them out.
หมดแล้วครับไปครับรักเลยเนี่ยหมายถึงผมเหรอครับเป็นไงตัดปะตัดหมดเน้นฉีกต้องรักวีโว่เนี่ยรักคุณอะไรรักวีโว่ไม่ได้กูดเฟดแบบการละครปะแอคชั่น Good morning ครับ Good morning ครับเมื่อคืนหลับสบายไหมครับ สบายสุด
How's this making people feel right now?
ๆเลยครับ Good morning ครับ เอาอย่างเงี้ยเอาอย่างงี้ไปเลย วันนี้จะกินอะไรก่อนกินข้าวไหมครับแปรงฟันก่อนไหมแปรงฟันก่อนไหมไปอาบน้ำได้แล้วไม่เอาไปก่อนเลยเฮ้ยไม่ได้ยอมง่ายๆอย่างนี้เลยไปอาบพร้อมกันปะล่ะไปอาบพร้อมกันปะล่ะเฮ้ยแม่งปากเป็นไม่ได้ช่วยอะไรเลยไปเองดีกว่าไปแล้วโอ้ยหลังกู
Oh.
Watch out! Yeah!
ใหญ่คอจะไม่ทาให้หน่อยนะ
คุณมีมือหรือเปล่า คุณมีมือคุณก็ต้องทายเอง ถ้าเกิดคุณตัดมือทิ้งอ่ะผมจะทายให้คุณเลย ตอนนี้แววมีดขาดได้ให้คุณก็เหลืออีกมือหนึ่งเนี่ย
Uh-oh.
ขาดเหมือนกัน
นี่ฮะ เสร็จแล้วฮะ
เช็คหน่อย
มันให้คุณหิวน้ำอ่ะ คุณเอาหลอดมาเจาะแก้มผม แล้วก็ดูด
Dang.
ที่พ่อบอก
That was a good one.
พอนวว่า
Good
ต้อง
one.
แพ้มาตลอดในรายการ WXY EP 2 พ่อแพ้อะไรจ๊ะ ผมก็แพ้มาตลอดเลยนะผมก็แพ้มาตลอดเลยนะอุ้ยพี่แบบว่า
โอ้ย
ใช่ครับอาจจะแพ้ใจ
Look.
เฮ้ย เอาแกล้งหยิบมือแกล้งหยิบมือ
แกล้งหยิบมือเหรอ เล่นเอาตับหยิบมือเหรอเราต้องเล่นจริงๆด้วยอย่าเลยจากขำให้ด้วยนะถ้าจะเล่นขำให้ด้วยนะเว้ยเย้เอาดิถอนอย่ามึงเอาดินอน
I love how they edited a shirt onto him. That's so funny. That's so funny.
รักเลยเนี่ย
หมายถึงผมเหรอ
Obviously a phone advertisement.
เน้นฉีกแล้วจริงๆมันตอบโจทย์มากๆนะ
ยังไม่จบยังไม่มูออนจากการ
ไม่
รัก
มูมอนมันแบบเยี่ยม
แล้วผมคุณรักปะ
ฮะอะไรนะ
แล้วผมคุณรักปะ
เฮ้ยคุณต้องให้ผมเลือกเหรอเนี่ย
ไม่รู้อย่าจะไปถามกันหลังบ้านค่ะ
Oh, must be around the 4-hour mark. We lost the airport. Yes, it is. Single people are in shambles right now. This has just been brutal. Oh my gosh. They are relentless. Relentless.
ชวนผมออกมาข้างนอกทำไมเนี่ย โอ้โห ชวนมาตั้งแต่ตี 4ออกมาทำไม ให้ผมตื่นมาทำไมเนี่ย
อยากอยู่ด้วยนาน
เอ้ย บ้านคุณสไตล์นางแบบใช่ไหมครับ แล้วบ้านเราเนี่ยสไตล์ไหนดี บิดไปแล้วหนึ่ง แทนกล้องไป
ๆ สไตล์ไหนก็ได้ครับ แล้วแต่เลยครับ
เดี๋ยวโดนงับสักวัน เนี่ยเรามาเลือกโซฟานะแต่แบบเนี้ยเราโซฟากันไปเปล่าต้องแต่แบบเนี้ยเราโซฟากันไปเปล่าต้องหนังแบบพวกหนังแบบดิบๆอย่างเงี้ย
มันก็ไม่เข้ากับผมอะดิ
ทำไมอะ
เพราะผมสไตล์เลิฟเตียงมันต้องแบบ พอกล่อม3 4ยาวจะเจกใจติดหลอกเซยติดหลอกเซยติดหลอกเซยยาวจะเจกใจติดหลอกเซยเปเดยเดย
There's just people staring. The workers like, what is happening?
ไปเลือกตู้ดีกว่า
เลย
ทำไมอ่ะ
Careless Whisper.
ถูกใจเลย โอ้โห ให้ใจไปแล้วเนี่ย
ขอไปดูอีกตู้หนึงดีกว่า
เลิฟ
I do love the stores that are set up like actual living spaces. It's so much easier. Like IKEA is something that comes to mind.
อะไร
Oh my god. Wow. That was relentless is the word that I'm going to say for that one. YinWar flirting, lots of innuendos, really pushing the limits, pushing the bounds a couple times. That was surprising. Very surprising. Go ahead and throw some love on that. Link down below in the YouTube description for the original video. Go throw it some love yourself as well. Wow. So if you're single, how we doing? How we doing? Let me throw that in the Twitch chat for those of you watching live. Wow. That was something. That was really something. Oh my God. Woo. It was unreal. I did want to bring this up. Special shout out here to Nile, of course, Tolly and Slayer Kitty for their help with this document. Appreciate it. Go ahead and read some more into YinWar. Yin was born October 1st, 1998, to a Thai mother and father from Hong Kong. War was born July 23rd, 1994. Okay, so about a 4-year gap there. Yin has a computer engineering degree and graduated with first-class honors. Dang. War was an architecture degree in industrial design. Both very good fields. First-class honors. That is impressive. Very impressive. Their first show together was End of Love, Love Mechanics, a short BL miniseries and a trilogy. They starred in Love Mechanics and guested in their other 2 titles as the same characters. Were they literally mechanics that were in love or something else? I'm assuming they were mechanics, which is an interesting storyline. I don't think I've ever heard of that one before. You don't really see a lot of romances involving mechanics. The miniseries of Love Mechanics proved so popular that in 2022 they revisited it and made the story into a full series. Wow. This is the show that put them on the map. I'm not surprised. Considering the fact that it was so popular, it literally became a series after. That's crazy. That is very impressive. In July 2020, Yin and War, why did I say it like that? War, along with friend Prom, launched a clothing brand under the name Sobiohe. Boy, I'm butchering that. I know I'm butchering it. I apologize. Their most recent show, Jack and Joker, won Boy Love Series of 2024 from the Thailand Box Office Awards. I definitely remember reacting to a little bit of Jack and Joker. For Jack and Joker, they created their own production company, which is ridiculously impressive. Impressive. YWBP, whereas in the beginning of their careers, they were signed to companies like a majority of BL actors are. Right. In their case, Studio Wabi Sabi, they're now entirely freelance. That is really impressive. Truly impressive. And the fact that they're actually doing well while doing that. Showing other actors that they can do it too, right? Who knows what might happen with that? Freedom. Maybe they start their own production company. Maybe they're, take what they learned at the other contract companies and make it better, potentially. Or they just don't do that. I mean, maybe they just produce their own stuff, but it'd be kind of interesting if they made it larger, signed other actors. I think that'd be interesting. And they created I think they did this way back in the day with United Artists. See if I can find any information on that. There's a production company started and founded by people in the industry. Yeah, United Artists was a film production and distribution company owned by Amazon MGM now. Original operating period was founded in 1919 by Charlie Chaplin, so an actor, D.W. Griffith, director, Mary Pickford, I think she was an actress, right? Yeah, and producer. Douglas Fairbanks as a venture premised on allowing actors to control their own financial and artistic interests rather than being dependent on commercial studios. A very similar operation there. I think it's a smooth move. I think it's smart. Obviously, I hope they're not taking any infire from the larger companies that are probably don't take too kindly to it, but hopefully they're okay with it. Not too brutal. Collectively, YinWar invested 25 million Thai baht into Jack and Joker. That is wild. Wild. How many US dollars is 25 million Thai baht? I wish I knew the conversion rate in the top of my head, but I don't. Okay. The 1 Thai baht is about 3 cents. 25. Doing this on the phone. Nope. Oh my gosh. That is a decent chunk of change. Whoa. So right now, the conversion rate for that is about 758,000 US dollars. Dang. Dang. That's a lot. War has recently given hints about their next project together as they've secured the rights to a book. Wow. That's impressive. Which the author has confirmed, though no one knows which book yet. That is so cool. They have a new series coming, and it's based on a very popular story from novel. That's so. I don't know if I can take another good series this year. There's so many. Stop feeding me all this goodness. I'm full. Not really. Keep it coming. Please, a happy ending. But what about a second season of Jack and Joker? They cannot leave it like that when they made it for the fans. They haven't said there won't be a second season, but let's be honest. It was a massive project that came with a lot of financial strain. Right now, they need time to recover from that. If we want a second season that matches even tops the quality of the first, it needs a solid script, which, by the way, took nearly 2 years to perfect last time. Yin didn't rule it out. He said, we'll see. in a Vietnam fan meeting. They're not being vague for fun. It's just that they can't make promises while they're still working out behind the scenes. They're taking on new projects now to build up resources needed to create something meaningful again. So instead of feeling disheartened, let's keep showing support and trust when the time is right, they'll deliver, just like they always do. That's a good way to think about it. Absolutely. You gotta make that money back. Obviously, the show probably made a decent amount of money back, but maybe you have to take up other programs and projects to just kind of pad it a little bit, or even put more into it next time. And of course, if it took 2 years for the first script, you would think it would also take about 1.5 years, 2 years ish. They want to make it good. For sure. If people really love the first season, you don't want to let anyone down by the second season. There are quite a few shows that do that, unfortunately. But obviously, they're fighting hard to not do that. Thought they were in debt and wouldn't see them in anything for a while? I don't know about that. YinWar once rented a barbecue food place, inviting 1,200 fans to eat as much as they want. That's crazy awesome. I love that. I love barbecue food, and that just completely made my opinion of them skyrocket. They sang and danced for the fans and reportedly cash tipped all the servers. That's so great. I love that. Absolutely love it. War's Instagram is mostly dedicated to his love of pottery work. He has 4 million followers. That's awesome. I think I remember, I remember hearing about that. Reminds me of Ghost anytime I see somebody do pottery. 1 million likes. Beautiful work and beautiful song. Yeah, absolutely. I swear in the beginning I was looking at the clay. That is impressive. Maybe a different angle on it, different point of view. That's great. Wow. Very cool. 4 million followers. Dang. Look at that one. That's funny. That is legitimately funny. Yeah. Obviously, he really loves pottery. Probably very calming. Just watching him do that was extremely calming. Not even doing it. YinWar, and the lines that they won't cross. On where they drew the line. Fan service, false rumors, misinterpretations, and setting boundaries at work. It's a compilation of interviews that highlight YinWar's approach to boundaries, professionalism, and their stance on fan service. In an industry where fan service often blurs the line between performance and personal space, Yin and War have always stayed true to their values, even when it wasn't the most choice. Number 1, drawing the line. They told us to kiss. Yin, we made it very clear from day one with each other and the fans. People around us said we had to make fans happy because we're in BL. I didn't know what to think then, so I asked War. War's advice, we're actors. Do our job. Beyond that, it's our life. Just live it how you want. That response? Kiss. Number 2, they don't sell intimacy to be famous. They've built a strong, loyal fan base based on trust, not public stunts. They value real communication and mutual respect. Number 3, choosing authenticity over popularity. This one quote from Yin says it all. Just wow. Quote, if we were to do things we don't want to do just to make a group of people happy, would we be happy in the long run? We'd rather continue being like this, even if fewer people like us, at least we know they truly like us. We get to be ourselves. Oh my gosh. I literally, yes, that is beautiful. That is well put. All I can think about, when I read that is some of those YouTubers, I'm sure you've seen them, that are so high energy to the point where you're just like, that's fake. It's got to be fake. Nobody's that positive and high energy all the time. Like, clearly not. The ones that like yell at you on video. Hey, everybody, welcome. Everything's exciting. Everything's crazy. Everything's wild. Like, clearly that is not their personality. Obviously, it's fake. Are they happy? Are they happy? I don't know. It seems odd. And then, of course, they eventually release those videos. They're like, I'm not happy, or I'm burned out, or, something along the line of an apology video or something. It's just totally different tone. You're just like, who is this person? I don't think it's them. We'd rather continue being like this, even if fewer people like us, of course. YinWar chooses quality over quantity. For long-term fans, respect that and stay because of it. Number 4, false rumors and misinterpretations. Yin doesn't hold back. Yin addresses the Jack and Joker scene where fans thought he improvised a head touch. He says he followed the director's instructions, and he's clear there are 3 things he will never improvise: action scenes, love scenes, intimacy scenes. Why? Because safety and consent matter. Action scenes for physical safety, of course. Intimate scenes because they're emotionally sensitive without rehearsal or supervision. That's why they have those, what are they called? Intimacy coordinators? I only know that term because of the Blake Lively situation. That's a whole can of worms. Even if we, YinWar, I don't know why I keep saying war. YinWar are close. We still need to practice and workshop. Professionalism, 100 out of 10. Number 5, imagination is more important than knowledge. War mentions how false info circulates online, how even glances are misinterpreted. Absolutely. Yin jokingly adds, imagination is more important than knowledge. They tease fans about the wild theories, but it's also a gentle call out. Some edits create a fun, others dangerously blur fiction and reality. Yeah, I get that. We've seen some that have been, making, they call that making moles out of anthills. What's that saying? Something like that. Like making it more than what it is. Or taking like the tiny little comment or moment and just blowing it up to look like this big event. Number 6, we're not a ship, we're partners. Yin says, oh my gosh, if they ever went on a cruise, they could absolutely play into this so hard. They could make a very funny joke out of it. We might be on a ship, but we're not a ship, we're partners. We're not a ship, we're friends. He prefers the term partners or buddies. We're not here to feed delusions. They're real people, not fan fiction characters. Number 7, loyalty through action, not gimmicks. YinWar does interact with fans, just not through forced fan service. They joke around during meet and greets, like recent meet and greet in Vietnam. When a fan with crutches had mobility issues, they playfully acted as her fan and interacted with her. Last year, they hosted a New Year's barbecue event. So cool. Oh my gosh. I love this. Absolutely love them for doing this. New Year's Eve. That's funny. Out of their own pocket for Thai and international fans. Mini concert included. In earlier years, they did live sessions, Q&As, just goofed around with fans. They don't want mass followings. They want genuine, respectful fans, and the ones who stick around, the real ones. Number 8, turning fan service into comedy. In older content, Rookie Thailand, Winij, that French? YouTube channel, they can be seen intentionally sabotaging fan service scenes, turning them into comedy bits. Their way of playing along, but on their own terms without giving in to unrealistic expectations. They don't cave to industry pressure. Obviously, yeah, they have their own production company. They won't compromise on their values just to make people happy. Not everyone in the BL world has the guts to say, no, we won't fake intimacy for clout. Beautiful. YinWar, they said it, lived it, stuck with it. That's rare, and that's one of the many reasons we love them, or to love them. That's really cool. Part about not improvising intimate scenes, absolutely correct. They won my heart over purely by their skills. That's what I expect out of them. Not the fan service. This is why they are my absolute favorites after First Cow, and I will defend and protect them. They're here to work, and they have set boundaries, and see how fans love and respect them for it. Goes to show the BL fan base could really do without fan service if they really wanted to. I know it's fun for some, but for couples that don't want to do all that, and take a page out of their book and make things clear. YinWar is so real for this. Incredible. I find it a little sad that something small like fixing your friend work partner's hair is also construed so differently that they had to stop doing it, the little things that you would do for your friends and family in a public setting. Yeah. That is kind of sad, honestly. Really seem like great people. Absolutely. Totally agree with that. Always viewed them as partners as they were in the very first projects I watched when I got into BL. Clear love, respect, and realness between them, and Yin keeps it 100. Amazing actors as well. That is very cool. Very, very cool. They found themselves in hot water, with Chinese fans recently, looking at post from the day, and their Google translated for me, so details are shaky. Or refused to read a Chinese fan's message out loud saying that Taiwan belonged to China. Oh. Ooh. Something she was apparently harassing him to do. She posted about it, calling War rude and casting herself as a victim. Brought a lot of hate comments from many Chinese fans. Though plenty of fans are reasonable, of course. This is a stereotype of Chinese fans being rich and extremely entitled, which this incident does feed into. Yeah, that is a political hot topic right there. That is nuclear hot topic. Look, number one, they don't have to do whatever they don't want to do. Period. Everybody has that freedom. So this person, made it into a big thing, casting herself as a victim. I mean, yeah, you're going to do that for attention. And that's basically what attention. Read my message. Please acknowledge me. Even though it's something like completely opposite to what he wants to say. This Reddit post, the text isn't important, but the photos of the boys give an insight of their bond. I wish it didn't open a separate. All right. Here we go. At the match together. Nice. Harry. Oh my gosh. That's cold. Oh my God. Beautiful. I think they're underrated, but since they aren't in a big company, example GMMTV, they don't get much big exposure, I feel. However, they are very talented. That is definitely one of the issues that they'll run into, obviously. It does take a lot of money to advertise and do all that stuff and put things together. But it seems like they're figuring it out. Each have dogs. Yin owns Zulu and War owns Sammer, Border Collie. Oh, yeah. Zulu is incredibly well behaved. Standing there. Amazing. Sammerga is named because in so many Hollywood movies, the best friend is called Sam. Right. That is true. That is absolutely true. So it seemed like the perfect name for man's best friend, too. Interesting. I like that. It's very clever. Zulu Echo is a Shibu Inu and has his own Instagram. Adorable dogs. Adorable dogs. Oh my gosh. Is that? Oh no. Oh no. Not the dreaded plastic own. Mm. That's the funniest part of Shiba Inus is the crazy cheeks they got. Huge. Comfortable wearing things. That's surprising. The dog I grew up with was a golden retriever. Not into wearing things. I remember putting a sock on her foot and she just completely froze. She had a one of these cones as well. Completely a statue. Didn't move, didn't want to move, didn't think about moving. To the point where we're just like, oh my gosh, this is not going to work. This is not going to work. She's not moving. Like she's just frozen. Adorable. Absolutely adorable. You've been put into timeout. Members can request videos, toddreacts.com. Check it out. You can request multiple videos a month if you sign up. Dang, adorable. Yin was first discovered from photos online of him taking part in this university's open house. Open day, essentially. Interesting. There's the website. In 2022, Yin started ANWYLL, a streetwear label that produces tote bags, apparel, and jewelry. Nice. When asked to compare one another to an animal, this was their responses. Yin compared War to a border collie, sharp, intuitive, always thinking deeply beneath a calm surface. He especially admires War's ability to think outside the box, solve problems creatively, and let his actions speak words. War says Yin resembles a wasp, not one to sting without reason, but when he does act or speak, it's powerful, unforgettable, and strikes right at the heart of the matter. Oh my gosh. I would not want a wasp anywhere near my heart. Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh. Those were thoughtful. I like that. Is this streetwear label still around? Oh. Let's check it out, shall we? Oh yeah, looks like it is. Cool. Very neat. That's awesome. Very cool. They're very good at that. I've noticed majority of the clothing brands that BL actors start or are part of, usually very nicely designed. Really incredible stuff. To be continued. Yes, indeed. Appreciate the work on that document. Very informative. Greatly. Lets me know a little bit more about a very funny duo. YinWar. Oh my gosh. They're phenomenal. Phenomenal. All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. It's been just over 4 hours of stream. been awesome. I hope you enjoyed the reactions. I hope you enjoyed the videos. They were lovely. They're all member request videos on toddreacts.com. You can certainly join and guide the stream as well. Get 2 videos per month for season tier and 3 a month for series tier. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're watching right now. Follow the Twitch channel if you'd like to join live and be a part of the chat. And yeah, join the Discord, totally free. Links are everywhere. It's under the videos. It's on the website, everywhere. You will find it. I guarantee it. There's over, I think it's like 225 members at this point on last checking. Pretty sweet. Join us. We are very open to more and more conversations, and obviously we would cherish your opinion on whether things you've seen today or other interests you might have. It is an open place for everybody. I appreciate that. Thanks for joining. Thanks for the bits as well. I appreciate that as well. Yeah, I will see you all back here on Friday. I hope you have a tremendous week. Ryu, thank you for joining. Everybody else as well, Megan, Jace, of course, everybody. I don't want to forget anybody, but my memory is kind of shot right now. I appreciate it greatly. Check out the winter collection of merch available for a limited time before we switch over to the summer collection on June 1st. June 1st is the date. So check it out. I will see you all on Friday. Take care of yourselves as we journey around your fandoms one video at a time. Bye, everybody.